Boy, audio is such a pain in the ass. So, I don't have headset. And because the battery's dead, I wasn't really prepared to do this streaming from the kitchen. So if anybody can hear me, let me know. Let's see if I can't bring up the stream here. So we might get some echo here for a second. Okay, it appears to be working. Okay, I've got to turn off the mic downstairs because it's picking it up. I'll be back. Yeah, I've got to turn off the mic downstairs. Okay, can you hear an echo now? Okay, so this is kind of impromptu because Trina is not streaming today. Trina, I hope you're feeling better. I'm not really set up to do this, but here we go. So, this is my new KitchenAid mixer. I've destroyed 2 so far baking bread. Let's see what we can do. Now the sourdough recipe I'm going to do today is from King Arthur flour. I don't know if you guys can see this or not. Probably not very well. But anyway, it's the rustic sourdough bread. And I call this a cheater recipe because what you do is you actually use sourdough starter and yeast to rise, make the bread rise. Sourdough starter takes a lot longer because it's a natural yeast and the concentration's not very high. That's one of the reasons why sourdough tastes so much better, because the lactic acid and stuff that's produced by the bacteria and then the yeast add acid to the loaf and make it taste tangy. Well, if you cheat and use yeast to accelerate the process, it's not as flavorful. The other thing I'm going to do, and I've done this loaf before for you guys. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use a Dutch oven. This is my handy little Dutch oven that I've used to bake the loaf in the oven, and it provides a more intense heat all around because you heat this up in the oven. And you have to preheat the oven for quite a while. And then It also traps the steam and everything that's produced by the bread and makes it more like a commercial oven that's got steam jets. Okay, and this is the quantity of sourdough starter that this recipe calls for. Those of you that use a proper weight measurement system will be happy to know that my recipe for bread is done in grams and not ounces. So there is that. And I've modified the loaf a little bit too from the King Arthur recipe. So first step in this is to combine all the ingredients and knead to form a smooth dough. So I need 2,200 grams of dough to make the 2 loaves. So they're fairly large loaves. I need 416 grams of sourdough starter, which I have. And this is pre-measured already, so I'm ready to go with that. I also need 623 grams of water. We'll get that after we're going to get this into the thing. What did I do with my spatula? I like these little rubber spatulas. They make it a lot easier to do this, because the tip is of the spatula it doesn't have a a stiff center in it, so you can move that around, but the shaft of the rest of it is fairly stiff. Yeah, where's Trina when you need her? So I reuse these plastic Zoop containers to keep my sourdough starter. You have to feed a sourdough starter. Oh, you can get away with going a whole month if you want to. It starts to produce alcohol because it ferments, and if it gets too high a concentration, it can kill your starter. Also, it starts to starve to death because it's eaten all of the the sugars and stuff in your flour that's in here. But I've been able to resurrect a starter that's 2 months old. You have to feed it for a couple of days to bring it back because the concentration of the culture is not very high. But you can do it. So you don't usually worry too much when I go on vacation for these things. Yeah, KitchenAids are not built like they used to be. They used to have a sacrificial pin in the gearing mechanism. Now the gear itself is sacrificial. Hey, maybe they took a lesson from Apple's floppy drives. Sacrificial gear. Okay, so next thing to do, I've got the sourdough starter in there. I need to put in the 623 grams of water. So I will use my sourdough starter container. And we're set up for grams. You don't want hot water, you don't want cold water, you want lukewarm water, so about 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Sorry for the imperial measurements, but temperatures are still something I'm working on. Basically, you just want to run water until it feels like it's warm to the touch. Let's see what we've got here. That's 502. What did I say we needed? 623. So this makes a very wet dough. 18. 622, close enough. So I'll put that in there. And I usually mix up my sourdough starter so that into the water so that you've got it evenly distributed. You don't want to have it in this dilute a solution for very long because it makes it harder for it to survive. Too much water. Let's see. Now we need 1 to 2 teaspoons of yeast. So, sorry, more imperial units. You can just use regular old, like instant yeast, the rapid rise stuff, or any active yeast. It doesn't really matter. You're just boosting the activity of the natural yeast. So it doesn't call for as much yeast as you would normally have without a sourdough starter. The less yeast you use, the longer it's going to take to rise. So this is a dual purpose stream when while it's rising, I'm going to mess around with some programming. Okay, here's our English units. So I said 1 to 2 teaspoons. We're going to go with 2 today. You just go ahead and sprinkle that into your water and sourdough starter solution. I haven't made this recipe in a while. Okay, we also need salt. Bread is basically flour, water, yeast, and salt. So if you're doing like a French baguette, that's all you get is those ingredients. There's no milk, or some of the other breads have sugar in them, things like that. But for your basic bread, loaf of bread, that's all you want. Unless, of course, you're making a holiday bread or something with fruit in it, or those kinds of things. Yeast is a leavening agent, so it produces carbon dioxide gas. That's how you get the bubbles inside your bread dough, and it rises. You can do it artificially with using water combined with certain chemicals that will release carbon dioxide gas and work for you. You can use baking soda, sort of will do it if there's acid in the loaf, but it tastes weird. Some of the other things you can use are baking powder. So, but we're not doing a quick bread. And I need 2.5 teaspoons of salt. That's okay. Normally when I add salt, I use the flaked salt. Can't remember what it's called off the top of my head now, but I can't seem to find it because we moved and everything's all over the place, so I'm just going to use regular table salt. It's not highly critical. 2.5 teaspoons, so yeah, we'll just use this. Before I add that, I should probably get that yeast mixed in the water. Too much salt on the yeast will kill the yeast, but bread without any salt in it is going to taste pretty plain. I mean, you could proof the yeast in a separate bath of water and then combine it later, but This is cheating, and we're doing it because it's quick, and I'm lazy, and it does a good enough job. What did they say? 2.5, so we need about that much more. Sus Barth Geagle. Yeah, he's very sus. That's why the bird hangs out with him. That and it's, you know, dead. Sorry, Garth. So who do we have in the chat today? We've got Gut Bomb and Martin Mack. And I'm in the chat. JC Gaio. And animated in what sense? When you move it, when you put those funky hands on it, which is creepy, by the way. So, all right, so that's mixed in. What do we need? We need 1,105 grams of flour. Say hi to the people, Lydia.
Hello, people.
So I really need to get a better scale, but
Using the coffee scale?
yeah, I'm using the coffee scale with a giant bowl on it to measure flour. It works, sort of. You don't usually measure, you don't want to measure your water or your flour using volume. You want to use weight. And that's because flour contains water that varies through the year depending on how dry the air is. And baking bread is all about proportions. So if you use percentages or proportions to figure out your loaf, you can change your dough recipe based on how many loaves you want to do. You just have to maintain the proportions. So let's reset that. We'll start measuring out some flour. I said we need 1105. I'm going to have to do this multiple times because I don't have a big enough thing. So we'll do about 500 for the first bunch. Okay, so there's, sorry about the banging. Bye, Lydia. Okay, so we want to get this in here and get it mixing. It helps to plug in your equipment. So one of the things you want to do is slowly mix this in. These KitchenAid mixers, if you read the dough hook label when you get your mixer, you're not supposed to go above setting 2 for the speed, which is pretty slow. And that's probably how I killed my last one, was I went too high. Okay, that's 500. This is not endorsed by King Arthur, but I endorse their flours. They use hard wheat flour or grains from Montana to make their flours. And I use their all-purpose flour. Surprisingly, you don't use bread flour to make a lot of breads. But their hard wheat flour has a high enough gluten percentage to work just fine. Yes. Certainly. Wallet is upstairs. You gotta have the credit card. You put it, insert it, and pull it out. Don't tap, otherwise it charges it. Move that out of the way. So I need another 105. It's okay. So you insert that, it'll give you a menu where you can say select other payment method, and then you can tap that. Okay? Yep. So you can already hear that the mixer's struggling a bit with this. I'll pick the camera up so you guys can see what it looks like. Get the rest of this in here. Okay, that's all of the flour. So this is it working on the 1/2 setting, and you can hear it's working pretty hard at this. This is probably the most flour I would ever use in this mixer. To help it out a little bit by scraping the sides down and pushing the flour into the dough. Set it up to 1, that might make it work a little easier. So I'm not going to do all of the beating in here, but I do like using the KitchenAid to get it, initially incorporated. Okay, it's starting to look better. Looks more like dough. Okay, that's setting 1. And this is 2. So you never go higher than 2. Ludicrous mode. Yeah, don't take it to plaid. It can't handle plaid. I'm touching the top of this to make sure the gearbox isn't getting too hot. You feel a little bit of heat in the back. Now, if you're doing something and you're concerned about this being too heavy a load, you could always divide it in half at this point. In fact, I might do that. I just got this mixer, and I really don't want to sacrifice it for a loaf of bread. So I'm gonna, now that it's incorporated, I'm not gonna hand knead it because I have arthritis and my hands aren't what they used to be. So I don't want to mess with it. So let's do this. Just gonna make sure my surface is clean. I don't want to pick up anything. And we're going to see how sticky it is? It's a very sticky dough. We're going to divide this in half. Let's feel it. See it? I don't know if you can see that very well. It sticks to your hand pretty well. So that is not needed at all. It's just mixed together. So let me find my divider. Here it is. We're going to do this kneading in 2 stages. Just to make it easier on the machine. So this is what we got. So it's not battling it quite so much to knead it now. But there's enough there that it's doing the job. So this needs to go on for 15 minutes about. I need to go get a large container. I'll be right back. This might take longer than 90 minutes to rise because of the sourdough. Yeah, if you do it too long, it starts to break down the gluten, so you won't be able to get it to rise properly. Yeah, it can vary a lot between batches, so you have to test things. And I'll show you how to test it. In fact, I can show you how it fails first. See, make a ball, and then you try to do a window pane by stretching it. Okay, see how it starts to break apart before you can actually get it stretched to a thin layer? That means it's not developed enough. You know, and for pizza crust, it depends on what you want for consistency for your crust. You know, if you want to have a nice, lofty crust edge on your pizza dough, then you want to have it be a bread-like consistency for kneading. That way it'll lift up. If you're into thin crust, I've got a sourdough starter recipe for pizza dough that makes it's better for a thin crust pizza because it comes out pretty crunchy, you know, very stiff. It's not my favorite crust, but my family likes it, so it can be a little tough to bite into. Okay, so let's take a look at this dough and see where it's at. So if we pinch off a piece, see how sticky it is? That's a very sticky dough. Try to roll it up a little bit. And then stretch it. This is more pliable because it's been worked on. You see how it's getting thinner? So it's getting there, but it's not there yet. So now I've got dough stuck to my fingers. So let's bring this back up. So let me show you what hand kneading looks like. Let's do that with this one. Now, you don't want to put too much flour down. In fact, if you can do it without putting any down, that's best because you work that flour into the dough and it adds flour to the dough. You don't want to do that. So basically what I'm doing is you take the loaf, you turn it, you fold it over, press it together, turn it, fold it over, press it together. And you can stretch it a bit while you're doing it. And you'll see the back of it gets it stretches out and tears. It's not ready yet. So you just keep folding it over and pressing it. As I learned in karate class, push your shoulders down, do not lift them up while you're pressing. That makes you work harder to press. You want to use your tendon to knead the dough, which your tendon is sort of a fake center of your being thing in your gut. You want to straighten your back and lock your entire skeletal structure together so that you're pushing with the floor, not your body. Just like when you're landing a punch. That punch has to be anchored to the floor where you lose power. And you exhaust yourself. So consciously push your shoulders down, and then you'll find that your back and shoulders and everything aren't quite as sore. If you can suck in your gut a little bit, I find it increasingly difficult to do that, so that you're straightening your back. Don't lean over it like this. Straighten your back. I used to punch a lot more people. I haven't sparred in almost, let me think, 15 years. I blew my ACL out in my left knee. And after physical therapy, I went back to karate. It took me almost a year to get back, and it just was never the same again. So I ended up quitting. You know, I could have kept with it, but I never would have passed my black belt test. And decided that the belt was worth more to me than I was willing to just go to the dojo. It's very superficial, because the belt system was an afterthought. The Okinawan karate styles adopted the judo belt system from Japan, mostly to get sort of official recognition, because the Japanese were rather prejudiced against anything that came from Okinawa. Imagine that. So in the 50s, they adopted the belt system. And I don't know if it's the same for some of the other martial arts, but basically a black belt, you know, that Dan level means you're a beginner. Everything up to that is you're not even ready to really learn yet. You say kung fu and you mean it jokingly, but Goju-ryu, the Okinawan style that I learned in martial arts, was actually influenced heavily from China, because Okinawa was sort of a trading hub for both China and Japan. Okay, we're going to trade these loads because I want to see how this is doing. Okay, now it's getting warm. This machine's working harder, but you can see the difference here. Well, maybe you can. I don't know. They're close to the same. So this one's a little more elastic. You know, I can feel that it is, and this one's more of a lump. So we're going to put this in here and work on this one by hand. This one's actually close to being done. I can feel it moving under my hands. It's a lot more elastic. It's very sticky. My hand is getting stuck. do a window pane test on it. Yeah, that's getting better. It's still tearing a bit, but I can really stretch it a lot further. Now you'll notice that with dough, when you're working with it like this, if you work it long enough, not enough to break it, but if you work it long enough, it'll start resisting kneading. And you need to let it rest for a while so that you can pick it up and knead it again. But typically with this dough, I don't have to do anything like that. So I'm going to declare that one done because I'm tired. So I'm going to use a popcorn bowl to the dough. I'm also going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to use some Pam spray in the bowl instead of olive oil. It actually sticks less. And I don't want to introduce that much oil to this bread. So I'm just going to put this in here. Kind of coat it a little bit. And this will end up going in the oven with the oven light on because that'll raise the temperature a little bit. Okay. And I have my little cheese, well, it's not cheesecloth, it's linen that I use for baking that's covered in flour. So I'm going to let this go for a few minutes. And I will be right back after I wash my hands off. I'll see you in about 5. Mac Effects, you are watching sourdough being kneaded inside a KitchenAid mixer. So today we're making a cheater loaf of sourdough bread. It's yeast and sourdough starter. Okay, let's see how this dough's doing. Very sticky. And as I said, you want to resist adding flour to it if you can. You can oil your hands a little bit with either olive oil or spray them with Pam or something like that, but you don't really want to introduce a lot of oil to the bread dough either. And it only works for a while, so there's no point. Just allow it to stick to your hands. You know, as you knead the dough, it sticks less. It's stickier dough, but it sticks less to you because it's mixed better. It wants to stay with the dough and not come off on your hands as much. So let's window pane this. So that's very sticky. I'm gonna say it's good enough for a cheater loaf. Really, if you want to make bread that's got that really complex, very large open spaces in it kind of bread, then you're gonna want to really work at your particular recipe and get it nailed down. I'm not interested in spending that much time on it today. It takes me about 3 days to make a true sourdough because I like to proof it in the refrigerator, and that always takes longer because that's how you develop that flavor. All right, so we're gonna call that good. Good enough. Let's get it in the bowl with its buddy. So we're gonna take this one out. Put this one in and give it a little coat. Stick them in together. You know, you could just knead these things together. In fact, I think I will. I'm basically going to be making 2 loaves out of this, so they're rather large loaves. Yeah, this dough's working out okay. So you remember how it was stretching and breaking when we were kneading it before, and now when you knead it, it stays smooth? It's kind of what you're looking for. Because it's nice and elastic. You've got long strings of gluten. That's the protein that traps the carbon dioxide. Well, it is breaking a little bit now, but still, that's not bad. Sorry about that. Okay, so that's gonna have to go in the oven with just the oven light on, because that'll raise the temperature up a little bit, and then we'll wait for that to double. So let's put our cover on it. Oh, it's 1 o'clock on Saturday, the first Saturday of the month. The emergency alarm system is being tested. Thankfully, we don't live right next to the tower like we did the last place we were at. Here you can barely hear it. I don't know if that's good or bad. So what we'll do next, that's gonna rise. It's gonna take an hour and a half at least, probably more like 2. And we are going to go downstairs to the nerd cave and play with HyperCard while it's doing that. But first, I'm going to clean this up because I hate leaving dirty equipment. The hook can go in the dishwasher. It's not going to hurt it. The bowl can too, honestly. If you got room. And I do. Oh, and I'm gonna run it. So this is an extra starter that I have. And I don't really need it because I've got plenty in the refrigerator that I can feed. Yeah, when you feed starter, you take 1 part old starter, 1 part water, and 1 part flour to make a new one. So you end up throwing out and wasting starter. So if you don't want to waste it, you can do things like add it to a pancake mix. It'll give your pancakes kind of a tartar flavor. It doesn't really do, you still have to do everything you would for leavening pancakes with, like baking powder, but it'll add to the structure and also the flavor. So that's one thing to do with old starter. I think what I'm going to do is try that tomorrow. I think I'll make pancakes tomorrow. So I'm going to save this aside, use it tomorrow. Let's see. Since it's really just starter, I can use my usual container for holding starter. When you put starter in the refrigerator, you don't want to tightly seal it because it needs oxygen. There's bacteria along with the yeast, and you'll kill the bacteria if it doesn't have some oxygen. So you want to either have a lid with holes in it or put the lid on very loosely. I've got some old Zoop containers where I've torn the, put holes in the lids. I use those. I don't happen to have the lid handy on this one. I'm not sure where it's at. In a box somewhere, I'm sure. So what I'm going to do is just throw some wax paper or something over the top of it just to keep it from, you don't want it to dry out either. And that'll be sufficient to cover it. Grab a piece of wax paper. Now you could rubber band it on there if you wanted to and poke some holes in the top, but that's loose enough. I'm just going to put it in here like that. Okay, there isn't room for the mixing bowl in the dishwasher, so we'll just throw some soap in there. let it sit in the sink. Ow. Water hot. I had the water temperature set to what I thought was a reasonable value. And my family complained that the showers weren't hot enough. And our water pressure isn't terrific here. I don't know why East Lansing's got, you know, what I would consider not too low. You know, it's not unsafe low levels, but it's kind of low pressure. And we're renting, so I can't really add a pressure booster to it, nor do I want to buy one. So what they wanted to do was to be able to get a hot shower by setting it to, you know, basically the medium setting to maximize the pressure, open the valves for both cold and hot. Well, that means that the hot water temperature is a little high for my comfort. In fact, I'm going to get a thermometer and measure it here, see what it is. Looks like we're at about 155, maybe even 160 at the tap. So that's, you know, I consider that too high. But I have a tendency of just turning on the hot water spigot instead of mixing it. So that's on me. Anyway. Okay, so we got our bowls in the sink. And I'm going to go downstairs and switch cameras. Is that better? Should have sound now. Is that better? Is that better? Oh, and of course, should have sound now. I've got an echo. Is that better? Is that better? Oh, and of course, I've got an echo. I've got an echo. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? And the echo's back. Maybe that took care of it. Yeah, sounds like the echo's gone. I'm exhausted. Anyway, let's play with HyperCard. So while we're waiting, well, I'm going to run up and see if I can get the camera into the right place. Hang on. And of course the cheap junk tripod for the iPhone broke, but I did manage to get it into the oven propped up. So let's see if I can get a view here where it shows. Ah, damn it. Let's see if I can get a view here where it shows. Ah, damn it, damn it. Okay. Gonna have to use the heads to monitor. Headphones. Ugh. Audio is such a pain. So. Okay, hopefully you can hear me and there's no echo. Sorry about that. Yay, thankfully, no echo. Avant-garde performance piece. Yeah, I've been accused of that before. So, alright, let's see if we can figure out a view that's got... Yeah, there we go. This'll work. Oh. So we've got our camera to watch the dough rise slowly. If it starts pushing up on that that cloth, I'll know it's getting there. So how's everybody doing today? I hope you're having a good day. Let's see. Hi, hey Frank S. And what is it? Yuli Witness? Bill Goats. Hey, Bill Goats. Mac 84. Yeah, it looks like it's the oh, hey Ron. Yeah, hit that like button. Even if you don't like it, still hit it. I'm gonna hit it myself so I can like myself. So, all right, let's get busy on some HyperCard shenanigans. Let me turn on this other monitor I've got so I can see what's going on. So my desk arrangement's still not ideal. I've got 3 monitors on my desk and I only have a mount for 2 of them. And I'm using a display that'll work with the my Power Macintosh, but it stretches the the image out, so that's not ideal. Anyway, I'm using the pass-through on my Elgato card so I can do a monitor and also capture the output. So anyway, so you guys might be wrong mouse. Try using the right mouse, Eric. So you guys might be familiar with one of the projects I'm working on, which is the adventure game in HyperCard. Not finished yet. It's getting there. I don't know if you guys know. I think it's Peterson or Patterson's rule. It might not be Patterson's. Anyway, one of those rules. If you go to the now I can't even remember the name of that. There's a website that's got all of the MIT sys phrases and terminology. What is it? The like the hackers dictionary or something like that. Anyway, one of the principles is that the first 90% of your programming effort will take 90% of the time. The second 90% of your programming effort is the hardest to do. Yes, that's 180%. So, project plans and estimates are the first sacrificial planning thing that happens when you're doing software development. So you're working on your programming language. So you're developing a programming language? That's cool. I did that in college. It was part of my 400 level studies. One of the things we didn't do was work in operating systems, and because I went to college before Minix came out, we were all working in Unix, and we did a little bit in our coursework to understand how operating systems work, and forks and piping. It was all part of the C programming that we learned, but we didn't really learn internals. And I recently picked up a book because I got Minix 1.5 installed on a 68K system, so I picked up the book that corresponds with that version. This is the first edition. There's 3 editions of the operating system book for Linux, and I thought I'd go through this and see if I couldn't learn how they did that. But I got a long list of projects to do, and that one's a lower priority thing. But the book was like used for $6, so why not, right? So let's see. HyperCard. One of the things I've been working on is trying to use the minimum amount of code without using external commands in HyperCard to implement things like, oh, you can only see part of the screen. That's that geometry problem I've been having. So let me see if I can work on that. So we're going to transition back so I can edit. And I'm sure it's my game capture card. I've been having issues with this thing working properly. I think there was an update where it's like the frame for the game capture doesn't correspond with the actual environment. So it's like offset, and I haven't been able to figure out what the heck's going on with it. No, we don't want that one. We want this one. No, it's because I've been messing around with the resolution. But the boxing thing for this is way off center, so it makes it rather complicated to use. Anyway. Oh, that's the problem. This is set up wrong. It's just not fun. That's not working either. Is that working? No, none of these are working. Discard. So we're going to go with this one. Even though it's not perfect. Yeah, I use separate scenes too. And I've got one that's set up for the PowerBook, one that's set up for the Power Mac, you know, an HP Mini. I've got the microscope, but it's just not consistent, and I've probably messed up the settings. But anyway, there we go. So that should work. Let me get back to the right scene here. There we go. Not ideal, but it'll work. Okay. I don't want to fiddle around with it any more than that. So hopefully you can see it well enough. Alright, getting back to this. So I need a synchronized scroll control, and essentially it's a multi-column editable scrollable text region, and HyperCard doesn't have one. But there are ways that you can synchronize scrolling between two scroll boxes. So if we go to the tools here, tear off the tools, look at the text box, you know, I've got two of them, one sitting on top of the other. And the code for this uses a system idle event that fires off every tick to basically allow you to pick up the scroll that's occurring here and synchronize it here. There isn't a HyperCard event that's fired when you use the scroll bar on a text field. It just gets handled in the background. So I can't capture the fact that somebody's changed the scrolling, hence the idle loop that you use to check to see if it's changed. So it's not ideal, but it works. And the code's fairly simple for that. Now what I tried to do, there's this built-in feature that's in the home stack called HyperCard Notes that gives you this little button with a text field, and you can put stuff in the text field like instructions. I use this in the for the user's guide for how to use the game. So I've got these set up with lines that are drawn to an image, so it's like, oh, you want to know how that works, you click on this and you can read the note about it. Well, this is really nice because the code that's in here is self-referential. If I go to the button tool and copy this and paste it somewhere, it pops up and asks me what I want to call it. So I can say HyperCard pop up, hit OK, and it creates a pop-up. I can move it around, and the code automatically corrects and does this field tool to go with it. If you hold down the Option key, you can drag it around, even though you're in browse mode. You don't have to go to the button mode to move it. So that's kind of cool. If I do, is it Shift? You can rename it, and that's an operation, so I can call it, right? If I do Command, doesn't do anything. If I do, is it Shift? Oh yeah, that was you could delete it. So if I delete it, okay, it cleans up, so you don't have to delete the individual controls. So I thought I should take the code for this and see if I can't get it to work with my multi-column box. That way I could add a feature where you'd drop this field somewhere and it would automatically create the second scrolling field and all that kind of stuff. Well, I worked on it a little bit last night, and it's just too complicated for me to deal with right now. I'm not going to do it. So, but it would be nice to have something like that so that it behaved the way these do, at least as far as drop, and then it asks you a few questions and then creates it. I got as far as, let's see, is it Option, or did I turn? Yeah, so I got the Option thing where it would drag it around, but then it goofs up. I'm not sure what's going on here, and doesn't draw correctly, and it's really goofy. You have to go back to the tools and then back, and it's off. So I'm not going to sort that out right now. I'll have to sort it out later. Anyway, so I'll just manually do this, and then you can use it inside the thing. So the way this works, if it asks you how many beats, you say there are 43, and then it's supposed to drop that into the code here. But I've messed up the script, so it's not working right. So that's what we're going to fix today, is pull out all this code that I did to try to move it around and get it back to working. Because of course I didn't save a copy of it, I just messed around with it, and now I'm stuck with fixing what I did. No, it's not using an external command. That's what I was trying to go for, is just straight up HyperCard to do it. An external command probably would be easier. And it's probably something to do with the way I'm drawing it. I'm not sure what the problem is, but I don't want to spend a month trying to figure it out. I want to just use it in my game, so it's something I'll revisit. So now what we need to do is go back and strip out the code. Oops. So this is the left box, and the script for it. Doesn't require the mouse up, I think. I need to stop referring to. So I was going to generate the code so that it would refer to the control by the ID number. And that way you could just copy and drop it onto the control and it would name itself correctly. I might still do that to make it easy to copy and paste controls without having to edit the code. Okay, and we did not need these because they were, sorry. This was an attempt to do it differently. Right. So the other thing is I want to save this as a working version. So this is the right script, and I believe all we had was mouse up, so all of this can go. This refers to card field left. Yeah, locking the screen seems to work, but I'm not sure what's going on with that, because I tried it with and without locking the screen. Textiles, line number to bold. We're going to replace oh crap, the left field with this wraparound case sensitive. Replace all. That'll be easier. Left. That's good. This should now work. There's now script. Oh yeah, this is that idle loop. So unfortunately, it has to be hard coded to refer to the fields, and you've got to add them here so that one of the problems is the idle event only cascades down to the back, I think the card level in the background. It doesn't cascade down to the object, so you can't have the object itself, the field, listen to the idle event and deal with itself. It's a limitation in how far they would go for the messaging. This is now right. So it's not ideal. All right. So if I click on Apple, it says how many do I want. I can change this to 13, and it puts 13 in there. If I click on the quantity, it asks me how much I want. I can change it. Hit OK, it changes it. So I solved the problem of, at first I wanted to do this where you could just edit into the field. But then somebody could like put in blank lines and shift it off, and you'd have too many lines in here because it's scrollable and all this kind of stuff. So I decided to go with the ask tool and use a dialog to ask for how many. It's doable. It's not exactly what I want. I thought about having a hidden text box that would sit over the one that you're editing, so it would look like you were editing inside there, but that got complicated. So this is good enough for version 1. And if you don't want it, you click on it again and it unselects it. So why am I doing this? We go to the game. So I'm gonna compact this stack just to make sure it's saved. We're gonna quit HyperCard. I'm gonna go to the adventure game, and this is in the editor that it's used. We're going to open at the game, and we're going to go to a location. Alright, the whole reason I'm doing this is that in locations you have objects that you can pick up, and those objects are default to a single quantity. So there's only, if you put gold at a location, you get 1 gold. I wanted to say that there were 20 pieces of gold or whatever, or there's 10 of this. Also wanted to do it for trading. Inventory for NPCs and the player already handles multiple quantities for what you've got, but the editor doesn't do that. Also wanted to be able to have more than 1 guard at a location, and use the same guard instead of having to create the red guard as one NPC and blue guard as another or something like that. So if you have a guard at a location, you could have multiple ones. The code already has a sequence number for NPCs, so if a location has more than one of the same NPC, it'll know and you'll be able to tell. So I don't think I'm going to go as far as if you find gold and you take the gold, that you can only take 1 piece of gold out of the 20. I'm just going to have it, you take all the gold. So now I need to work this control into the editor so that I can set object quantities. This also means that I have to deal with the file, which doesn't have for a location how many of that object you have. So there's quite a bit of code I'm going to have to change to do that. So reading the chat here to catch up on it. Yeah, the only way to influence drawing is with an external command. Lock the screen. Yeah. It's entirely possible that memory it would be an issue in the game. That stack that I was playing around with, just a proof of concept, doesn't have much in it. A HyperCard set for 3 meg, so I doubt that's the issue. But who knows? Oh, Command Alt to redraw the card. Thank you. I didn't know that one. And you wrote yourself an idle manager at some point that looked at a global without one object and message name and interval. And the last time, yeah, I've done that too. The animation stack I did is driven by an idle loop, and in that you count how many ticks since the last time you did something, to make sure that you're not racing around trying to do it on every tick. And that would handle the animation loop. So, yep. So it's kind of like a way of setting up timers. So what I would do is send an idle message to that object and have an idle handler in that object, and in that object I would handle when's the last time you were called, instead of having it list all of the idle events or keep track of them in the idle event. It's 6 one, half dozen the other. More overhead doing that, but whatever. Hey, Jack. Okay, so my question to myself today is, do I really want to tackle having to edit this and the database layer underneath? I've got BB Edit on here so I can show you what that file format looks like now. It's not simple. Well, it's simple, but it's big now. So if we go into Adventure and we look at our config file. Oh, insert the disk for BB Edit. I guess I didn't get it installed all the way. I got the wrong shortcut. Okay. Applications. There it is. Maybe I'd messed up the alias or something. Yeah, anyway, I'll fix that later. Where did it go? Alright. Let's open this file. Oh, it's not here. Sorry. Reorganize things, made a user value. Here we go. Open. Alright. So the way this works, hard wrap. Oh, where's the thing for it not wrapping? Oh, I want the line numbers. Oh, does it actually add them in the text? Oh, that's not what I want. Ah, crap. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I was using an older version of BB Edit, And now I don't know how to use this one. Is it hard wrap? Don't wrap. No, you have to. Well, that's not, yeah, I'm not going to worry about it right now. Okay, so each record is a line. So this is a record. This is the about record, so it's got, everything is pipe delimited. Yeah, I know you guys can't see this very well. Fonts and tabs. Change that to 14. All right, that's a little easier. Okay, so anyway, the record is delimited by a carriage turn, or is it a line feed? Actually, on the Mac, you got a vertical pipe to separate each field, and that way I can put things like commas in. Comma is the default delimiter for lists in HyperCard. I've got if you put a \n in, you're doing a new line, so that if you've got text, it'll display it that way. Yeah, Visual Studio Code is something that I've used, but I don't do much coding in modern environments now, so last time I used Visual Studio Code was to do some Python. We had a situation where we needed to reverse engineer the contents of PDF files to validate that they were generated correctly based against the database that they were generated from, because the program manager insisted we have some validation method. And what the customer was doing was sampling and just looking at PDFs and reviewing them. And they would do a tiny sample out of 4 million PDFs. So I wrote a program that would parse the PDF, look for out of the formatted information for certain data fields, and then validate those. And it took about a couple of weeks, I think, to write it. There's a PDF reading library that you can use with Python. And then the script would take, I don't remember what the batch sizes were, but it would take a few hours to run, reverse engineer it, then check, output a file that could then be imported into SQL Server so that somebody could run a query to validate against the thing. I'm a manager. I wasn't supposed to be doing any development, but I couldn't. I didn't have resources that had time to do it, and I knew what I was doing, so I just went ahead and did it. Everybody was impressed with the fact that a manager knows how to code, not with the code I was writing. So, anyway, so here's the player's record. So you've got name, description, health, strength, stamina, magic. So it's a very simple, this is a single record. I did consider using, there's an external command for doing a relational database, but it requires a lot of memory, and at the time I didn't think I was going to have that much in here, and I thought I'll just use a text file. Well, I ran into a situation, let's see if we can find it. Here's the location record for the main location. So you got the description and everything, but then there is also you've got the location name and all that, the description of it. You've got, this is the home location, so that's value is true. So that's a key and value pair. north, where are you going, the directions for north and all that. And then you get into, here's an object, there's a lamp, there is a sword. Now I'm going to have to do quantities. So I'm going to have object sword with a quantity. Well, that's really a sub-record. Or you've got a parent-child relationship between it. Yeah, my direct reports were required to be impressed with my skills. No. Actually, it's interesting because I tried very hard to instill a sense of they can tell me when I'm doing something wrong or help me correct it. Or, I even got to the point, there was one DBA, database administrator, who, he didn't have a huge amount of skills in some areas. I was a developer, but I also kind of a developer DBA. So he didn't know a lot about query optimization and stuff like that. The database administrators we have where I work with separation of duties don't do any of the things that a classic DBA would do, like query optimization and, don't break my database, let me review your query and, all that kind of stuff. They're really more of sysadmins. So I was showing him how I would do some stuff in SQL Server using CTNs. Anyway, without going into details. And, he was very polite about it and everything and went off to do his work. Well, later on, he started to get more comfortable with saying, Eric, this is really great. If we were doing it in 1995, the way you used to do it back then, this is how I would do it today. And I'm like, thank you for correcting me. Don't just accept what your manager gives you as being gospel. You're supposed to, it's a give and take. And we have a very flat management structure where I'm at, so it works out well. And I was really happy that my team started to actually question me and say that, that's a great idea, but I think we have a better way to do it. We should do it this way. So I was really proud of the fact that they would point out when I was wrong, and they felt comfortable doing it. What my job and my role is to remove obstacles for them more than anything else. Like if somebody comes up and says, another team says, oh, I'm sorry, it's going to take 100 days to get that server set up. That's when I come in and work with higher management to get things escalated and make sure that we can get what we need when we need it, so that it's not compressing the timeline for the development team. And that's really what I should be doing, not coding. So, all right. So anyway, so there are situations in here where I have a parent-child relationship. Let's see if I can find it. Okay. You'll notice I've got some records in here that have commas, not pipes. So this is a record for the merchant. So there's an NPC header that's vertical piped, and then you see everything about that NPC. So that's a name and or key and a value pair. This is a sub-record, and it's comma separated so that when I'm parsing, I pick up the entire record. Then I know it's hard coded. When it's an NPC that I'm just the description of an NPC to location, I know that record is a sub-record. I then parse it based on the commas. So if I use pipe delimiters here, then it wouldn't work that way. So it's not ideal. It's crude. I wish I could use JSON or something, but then I'd have to write a JSON parser. Is there really any value in it? Maybe down the road I would. It would make the data structure easier. But this works. So I can use this sub-record format up here where I'm saying that there are objects like a sword. I could make that a sub-record thing so that I could have key and value pairs for object name, then quantity, things like that. Oh, JSON versus JSON? Yeah. And it's GIF, not GIF. I don't care what the originator of the format says. He's dead. Long live GIF. So I know that's a contention among a lot of people. Yeah, it's GIF. Yeah, gut bomb. No, it's not. It's GIF. It's a hard G. Hard G forever. So anyway, so if I want to do that object and quantity pair, I've got the editor for it, but I'm going to have to change all the code that parses those and deal with it. Jack, you've always said GIF. It's not peanut butter. JFEG. Yeah. Whatever. I've been saying GIF since I read it, and most of the people I work with say GIF, so there you are. So the question is, do I want to deal with this today? And I'm not sure. I really do want to have these multiple quantities. So how long have I been yakking, and what's happening with the oh, why is the camera off for... I thought I had that camera selected. Did that camera go off? It certainly looks like it. Oh, great. Now I gotta go figure out what's going on with the iPhone camera. I love technology. Oh, you know what's wrong? It's in a metal box. It's Wi-Fi. It lost its signal. Okay, well, that's the way it is. We're not going to have a camera. I could take... I know what I can do. I'll be right back. Tape. That's better. Actually, it wasn't because of the Faraday cage I stuck it in was because the temperature got too high and the phone was shutting down. So that lamp in there actually warms it up quite a bit. In fact, I wonder if that's too warm. I don't have a thermometer in there. Yeah, I don't think it's too warm. Too warm for a camera, yes, not too warm for bread. So yeah. So now I taped it to the outside of the oven, so hopefully that'll keep it from getting too warm. It's up against the glass, but that should work. Yeah, I left the phone mic on. There, the phone mic is off now. Yeah, a fancy oven with a built-in camera. No, I do not have a fancy oven. I will say that it's better than the oven that we had at the last place we were renting. And so I'm actually the only one that's here right now. My wife is visiting a friend who had foot surgery and has been there for a week. And no, it's electric. And my eldest daughter, who lives with us, is gallivanting with friends today. So you, if you were here earlier in the stream, she came into the kitchen and said hi. So I am all by myself, on my own, adulting on my own. Scary. Anyway, so back to the programming. So I think I'm going to go ahead and just dive into changing this code. I'm going to create a simplified file, or just copy everything. Actually, I'll just back everything up. Do not save. I don't want you changing that file. Okay. So I am going to save everything just to be safe. And I do that by compressing it. No, I haven't put in the key value yet. So we're going to call this adventure 3.12.02. And while we're at it, I will drop it in my NAS. Oh, come on. Why are you frozen? There we go. Okay, so it's on. Yeah, here's something that's interesting. This is the folder where I've been keeping the backups. So I started working on this back in June. So I've been working on this game for 6 months, basically. Okay, so we got a backup. So let's mess with the code for this. So I need to bring in my multi-select doohickey, or I need to add the code for it. So we're going to open up the other stack. Now I still have a problem with the editing the menus. I'm going to compress this down. Okay, I'm going to bring this one forward. It's Command plus. There. So that'll be our quantity field. I already got the field tool. And this is the part I don't really care for. It refers to card field right, but that's not this name. It is called objects. So now I got to change every place where it's right to objects. Let's do lowercase. Wrap search, replace all. Okay. So leaving it called left is not going to be good either, because I'm going to have to do that with the NPCs too. So I'm going to say objects left or something like that. Multiple scrolling fields card in the power tools stack. Great. You're saying this problem's already been solved. Are they editable? Not that I didn't learn something doing this. So let's go look at that stack. Yeah, it might just be doing the single trick that Danny Goodman came up with for using the idle to synchronize the two fields. In his book, he suggests that they're not editable or anything, just use them for navigation. So let's go home. And we're going to go to Power Tools. Supergrouper, yeah, I need to play around with that. I haven't used it. Window Manager, palette, paint palettes, export, stack menus. Yeah. Search container, multiple scrolling fields. You know, I did not see this. I don't know why, because I looked for multiple scrolling fields. Okay, let's see how they do it. Put the fields. Okay, so it's grabbing. It's got a function for the fields. If the selected field is not empty, get the scroll of the last item of the field list. Well, this is a better way of handling it. Yeah, it's more generic. The fields. So the only place that's hard coded is this list here. So that's a little more manageable. So let's look and see what else we got. Script. Yeah, there's no script in the other fields. Right, so that makes sense. Oh, it's using card buttons to over the scroll arrows. That was one of the techniques that I one of the other books I have, they did that, but the code was so convoluted. This looks like it's a lot easier. Put the text, get the scroll, the last field, plus baseline size. Repeat. Okay. So a bit of hard coding, but not terrible. Script. Set the scroll of... Okay, so it's doing an item count of the field list. Okay, but they're not using buttons to implement. That's work. So how is that picking up that event? Mouse within. Oh, okay. All right, this solves a problem. You don't have to have an idle loop. You could just say once the mouse is within. Oh. Yeah, that's a hell of a lot better than using idle. Dang, I wish I had seen this. This is a lot cleaner. Well, I'm throwing out what I'm using and using this then. Mouse within. See, that was the problem. I was trying to find an event I could use that wasn't, enter, or not enter, control. What is it? Close and open field. But the scroll bar didn't fire any events. I didn't realize that mouse within would work here because the control is part of that region. Well, dang. That's a lot easier. Thank you. And why the heck, when I was looking through the... It's probably because it was 1 o'clock in the morning when I was looking through the stack. I thought I'd seen something for it before. You could change the fields into a command and get its contents through the result. And then you can use send to have the buttons ask the field for the list. Yeah. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of value in trying to solve it yourself. And, I kind of liked the solution that was in the Tricks of the Hypercard Masters book, but it was way too convoluted and it did not work correctly because it was trying to use the pixel height of everything to figure out the scrolling, and it just wasn't consistent. So and then it would limit me because in my list I need to make things bold, and setting the line height fixed was complicated. It was just way too... They had reproduced all of the buttons of this scrolling thing, control, including the grayed area and the scroll button that you grab to do scrolling, as well as the up and down arrows. But this is a hell of a lot simpler solution. So I have to be fair to the weight group and the guys that wrote this book. This is meant for an earlier version of HyperCard. So they were trying to solve problems that perhaps they couldn't get around. And it's a very good book. The one of the writers. No, it's not this one. Sorry. I'm thinking about the other book. Anyway, there's another book that's got the group of people that wrote it did some very early work in HyperCard and were part of the Hypermedia group. And there's a script that or a stack I've looked for and I haven't been able to find that was used to do butterfly flying across the card stack animation using fonts. And Novell contracted them to create a HyperCard stack for NetWare that was like a demo, and it was highlighted in the Macworld event by when they were introducing HyperCard, and it was really sweet. I've never seen it, only heard it described. I'd love to get my hands on it, but nobody seems to have it. So, well, this is great. Good. Much easier. So what I will do is I'm going to open the original stack I used. Yeah, for a development environment, here's the thing. There's Scratch and there's other simple development environments. Turtle. I mean, you can do a lot with Turtle graphics, right? But the problem with a lot of those early environments for learning to programming for kids is that they're trying to solve the problem of lowering the barrier for entry so that when you start doing programming, you can really get in it and start right off the bat developing something. Otherwise, imagine your first programming class being Java. I'm not talking about JavaScript. I'm talking about Java. You know how long it takes to get to the point where you can do Hello World in Java? It's ridiculous, the amount of code that you got to do just for a text Hello World, right? The entry level is too high. And my eldest daughter took a programming class in high school, and it was Java. And I was talking to the instructor for it, and I said, look, if you need any help from parents or whatever, I'm available. And she really did not want to teach the class. It was obvious because her argument I said, well, what are you going to be using? And she said Java. And I said, isn't that kind of a difficult way to get, kids, let alone high schoolers, interested in programming by jumping into that? And she said, well, it's the standard language for the not MetCat, but the entry college certification exams and so. I'm like, well, that's not a good reason to use it for an introductory programming class. It took them 4 weeks to get from assignment statements to their first loop. My daughter was so bored in that class that she did the assignment in 10 minutes and then spent the rest of the time browsing the internet. Anyway, long story short, HyperCard, and one of the things I like about it, it's not programming, it's authoring. You can do so much without touching any of the code, and it's got code generation built into it for certain things. It was kind of bleeding edge as far as those environments go. And you could do so much in it and then dive into the programming. And yes, there's limitations. It's not truly object-oriented. There's a lot of stuff in it that you can't really extend things. Hence, the squirrely code for combining things together for controls. But but you could do so much with so little programming that a lot of people. I was in college when it came out, so I wasn't one of them, but a lot of people got into it and started doing stuff from the beginning, and yeah, Visual Basic, or David Brin, he's a science fiction author, wrote an essay back in, I think it was 10 years ago, like 2009, so more than 10 years ago, where he was talking about how when he was a kid, or you could go to an 8-bit computer and it just came up in BASIC, and you could start learning to program right away. Yeah, maybe you couldn't do that much, but you could program sounds and do some graphics and stuff like that. The entry level was pretty simple. Math books back in that day would have basic programs in the back of them where you could try, calculating the value of x for a function and doing a bunch of stuff. And all of that was worked into the math and science classes and all that so that you could use them. And then you get to, the 2000s, and they didn't have environments like that anymore. You couldn't just turn your PC on and go into BASIC and do stuff. So it got complicated. And yes, you could do much more, but the entry level was so steep that you had to be an uber geek to really get into it. So anyway, that's my pet peeve. I really enjoy learning about HyperCard, even though it's totally obsolete now. So anyway, grandstand, soapbox. Link to palette was genius. Button task later built on that a bit. Yeah, the palette thing is so limited though. It's still cool. And there's external commands for like calling a dialogue so that you can bring those into HyperCard and stuff. And I considered doing that, but I try very hard to do what I can do with just HyperCard out of the box. So, but yeah, there's instant rewarding feedback. How many kids went in and did their own text adventure thing? Or, not text adventure, but, a click adventure where you could click and go between cards and it had different pictures on it and stuff. So anyway, thank you for pointing out what I missed the other day when I was looking for it, because this is a lot more elegant, and I will use this. I'll probably still lock the fields and do the dialog box so I can avoid people getting out of a line with what they're editing. But this is simpler code. I like it. So I see a bump on our loaf of bread here, so I am going to go upstairs and take a peek and see how the rising's coming. We might be ready to shape loaves. I just realized you really can't see much, and I don't have the mic on upstairs, so we're going to fix that. Okay, you should be able to hear me now. So we don't really need to knead this, but I just want to kind of smooth it out, see how it's doing. You noticed earlier when I poked holes in it and it just sunk in and they didn't pop back out, so I knew it was risen up. Now that I've messed with it a little bit, it's springier. Oh good, you can hear. Thanks, Gut Bomb. So that's a lot of dough. I'll get my scraper out here. And I need to, let's see, how long is it going to take for that second rise? So you need to preheat the oven for about half an hour. So that second rise should take maybe an hour. I'm going to get some parchment paper out. Because we're going to need that when the Dutch oven comes into play. I need to get my jury-rigged weight thing here. So I do this so I can see the scale. And I need a bit of Pam on here because I don't want it to stick. So let's see how much dough we got. There is 2,121 grams. So about 1,050 per loaf if I want to make big loaves. 1,064, that was pretty close, eyeballing it. Yeah, it was pretty good for just eyeballing and cutting. I'm usually not that close. So now what I'm doing is reshaping this into a round loaf. You know, the underside's not very clean, but it doesn't really matter. And you'll see bubbles pop up on here on the skin of the top of it because there's bubbles in there. Okay. We got our two, that's going to be pretty big loaves of bread. Let me look at my notes. You know, they'll fit just fine inside my Dutch oven, so I think I'm good. So we're going to go for it. Make good sandwich bread. Okay, so I need a couple of squares of parchment paper. I don't have to grease this at all. It can just sit right on that parchment paper. They're this big because I'm going to use them to carry it and drop it into the Dutch oven, because the Dutch oven's going to be at about 450 degrees, which is pretty hot. And these need to rise. And since the oven is a little bit warmer, I'm going to get a tray out. Sorry about all the banging. And I think these actually are big enough they need their own trays. Don't go anywhere, thank you. Wouldn't do for those to be on the floor. So I am going to set these on top of the oven and cover them with my cloth. Which you can't see. Oh, dust them with some flour so it doesn't stick so much. What did I do with my flour? There it is. And you can't see any of that because I get the camera over here. Sorry, I had to jury rig a stand. So basically, they're dusted with flour and they're sitting on top of the oven with the door open because there's some heat coming out of that. With the light on, it's the warmest place in the kitchen. Okay. So, what are we going to do now? I'm going to do a better job of propping this phone up so we can point it at these. Keep an eye on them. Bear with me. This piece of tape solution's not working. Sorry about the vomit cam. So, you can look at the counter for a second here. Let's see if we can't get the really crappy and broken thing to sit up. Actually, I think that'll work. It's not ideal. I'm going to tape it to the counter so it doesn't go anywhere. All right. So much for that. When I first started baking bread, you could not get King Arthur flour in any of the stores in Michigan. There is a delicatessen called Zingerman's in Ann Arbor that is, they've got, oh, if you want Reggiano, Parmesan Reggiano cheese and you want to buy a wheel of it for $3,000, you can buy it there. They'll order it for you, shipped from Italy. Anyway, they have $30 sandwiches that are awesome, stuff like that. They also bake bread, and they have some really good bread recipes. They use King Arthur flour. The bakery for Zingerman's is at the Ann Arbor Airport in one of the buildings, and you used to be able to go there and buy 5 pounds of flour at a time. So you could increments of 5 pounds. And I used to drive 2 hours so I could get King Arthur flour. Anyway, now you can get it in the store. Okay, so we're going to let those sit. Oh, yeah, you didn't see this. So they're dusted with flour. This is kind of an inverted basket arrangement. I don't have the baskets with the cloth in them that you would use to raise this stuff. It's something on my bucket list to do, but this also works. And I'll be able to drop them into the Dutch oven pretty soon. So I will head back downstairs. Give me a minute. Okay, should be able to hear me downstairs now. Transition back. There we go. Okay. So we were about to use my crappy version of this tool instead of using the well thought out version that they had on the power tool stack. So yeah, it's okay. It's the way it is. So we will copy the script from this, right? So the mouse within. And we're going to play with this one to make sure that we got it right. Script. So, well, I don't want to take out all of this. Yeah, that's all the, quantity stuff. So we want to keep it mouse within. Get the scroll the last item of the field list. Okay, so we've got card field. Right, no. Yeah, right. Well, no, it's not right. Yeah, it is. It's right. Left. Okay. And we need to get rid of our idle thing because we don't need that. Oh yeah, and this is all that code to keep it from screwing up when you're editing. So a lot better that we don't have to have this. So we're going to comment that out. Yes. And we're going to go to the card info. Go to this script. We don't have to do any of this. There wasn't any code in these. There were these two buttons, so we need those. Oh, what's going on here? Can't find menu item. Copy button. Okay, so we got the lower one. HyperCard doesn't have a place to see a list or tree of everything that has scripts. Actually, there are tools. There's a power tool for dumping all of the code for everything, so that you can in a format that you can use. There's tools for importing code. There's an eval function essentially where you can say do and pass it the script that's inside a text object, things like that. So there are people that built tools so that you can do that kind of thing. What was I doing? button tool. And we're going to copy. We're going to come back here and paste it. We're going to drag this on top of our control. Okay. Going to look at the code. And we need to adjust our field list. Well, I might as well copy this, right? Save that. I think. Let's check field names. Right. Left. Okay. I think. Okay, there's something going on there. We got rid of, okay, that's, the idle is gone. Those are gone. That shouldn't be affecting that. Yeah, I've never used SuperCard or any of the HyperCard successors. Partly because I don't want to be going, oh, this would be easier in SuperCard. And HyperCard was the thing that got me excited about this originally, so that's why I'm trying to do everything I can in it. Did I get the list backwards? Is that what's going on? Card 1, card 2, card field 3. So it should be, no, tools. This should be card 1, right? Oh, they don't have names. What am I doing here? Oh, it's the number, card field 1. It's the first card field. Card field number 2. Oh, card field number 1 is the last one. Okay, so my list is backwards. Am I making, is someone making a modern? There are people that are making reproductions of HyperCard, and all the there's clones of HyperCard and stuff like that. So it's awesome. Um, oh, I don't need anything in that. Oh, it's the buttons. Ah, that took care of that problem. So that list is definitely, the order of it is huge. So you're writing one for OS X and Windows. When I remember to update the code, writing mine from the ground up. That's cool. I've seen some JavaScript implementations, I think. Someone has a browser-based one. And then there's that, it's not really HyperCard, it's not a clone. There's that project that does something similar to HyperCard that's all in JavaScript. That looks pretty cool. I took a look at that. And it's truly object-oriented and all that, so you can extend it, and which is exciting. I like to be able to mess around with environments like that, but so many projects, so little time, right? So, oh, we need to keep track of the time. I don't want that to go too long. The first rise isn't hypercritical, so I'm going to set a timer for, 25 minutes. It's already on that, so I'll just do that, and then we'll check on it. Oh, and someone's made a comment to me in Discord somewhere. Oh, it's under the HyperCard stick. Oh, okay, HyperTalk. Oh, thanks, JC Geo. Posted that I was doing this in the there's a Discord group for HyperCard if anyone's interested. Where is it? Okay, it's called HyperCard. Hey, go figure. And a lot of the people that are doing some really cool things with HyperCard or HyperCard replacements discuss things in that Discord. So if you're interested, that'd be a good one to join. I would plug my HyperCard user group that I'm trying to resurrect from almost 20 years ago. I'm still waiting for the group that manages Apple recognized user groups to respond to my application requests. So unfortunately, they're busy. They have things. They have lives. The guy that handles their website that they're having some issues with, he's doing some volunteer work for the city that burned in Hawaii. Can't remember the name. Garth remembers the name. Anyway, so it's going to be after the first of the year before they even have a chance to look at the application for that. So why am I doing a user group? User groups traditionally don't meet online. They really meet in meet space. But this is going to be a virtual HyperCard users group. And it's really just another way to it's just another way for people to get together and talk about HyperCard and do things like that. So that's the reason why I wanted to resurrect that user group. Also, if you're a recognized user group, Apple doesn't really get involved in user groups that much. But if you're a recognized user group, there's a marketing kit that you can get that has graphics and things like that. You can create a logo. There are a lot of restrictions and rules on that because they don't want you competing with Apple, obviously. But I wanted to create something that was had a logo, and we could do T-shirts and things that people could share as a recognized Apple user group. So that's really the motivation behind it. Is I just wanted to do that. You know, there's like the Discord is obviously a place where you can get involved in HyperCard and what's going on there, but Discord is just one of the places that you can do that. So hopefully by sometime after the first of the year, the application will get processed and I'll be able to tell you more about it. So more to come, hopefully. All right, so the scrolling works on this now. This is not bad. Okay, so I gotta see if the quantities work. Yes, 1,333 tomato. That works. You can pick one there and then turn it off. Okay, so the code's working for this. This is a much better solution. I don't have to use the idle. Good. So we do have a couple of controls. Got a couple of buttons that we need. I don't have to reinvent the entire scroll thing, so that's great. And we've got some field code that we need. And I'll deal with the fields function later. So let's get back over to our HyperCard stack. Oh. Locations. Okay, so this code can stay. Sorry, sometimes fiddling around with code is rather quiet because I'm concentrating, and it's difficult to talk and do this at the same time. That's just the way it is. So I need all of this on the mouse up, and I don't want to mess it up because I already got a mouse up here. Oops. And of course I copy the function name, excuse me, the event name. Didn't mean to do that. And these references are wrong, so this needs to be object left. What I really want to do is a code generator for this stuff so that I don't have to edit it. So I can do like a custom control similar to that pop-up box. And I think with this code being as simple as it is, it'll be easier to do. So that should be good. We need these controls. I've got code that edits the menu and it doesn't work quite right, and I need to fix it. So this would go on top of here. Really should make it easy to disable. I've got a key sequence that toggles the game menu on and off. Yeah, that's true. I don't seem to have any trouble talking, but concentrating and talking I definitely do. Alright, so I think, oh yeah, I need to edit this code. Back to the filter. Grab this function. Change back to the button tool. Edit this button. Edit this button. And let's see. This shouldn't be setting the quantity when it's empty. I'll have to fix that code. Well, we leave and we come back. It refreshes the menu. I forgot I can hit command enter to change that back. So we're going to open our game and we're going to go to the MPC editor. So, excuse me, the locations editor. There is no card field name object left because I forgot to rename it. And it should be objects left and not object left, because that's objects. So let's fix the code. Objects left. Okay. It's not scrolling the other field because it doesn't have the right stuff in it. Script. I'll have to change the load logic to put the quantities in. Objects, 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 objects. Ah. Forgot one. Okay, we don't have any more, so that's good. Yes. Script. Can't understand this. If it not equal to scroll, there's not even a field list. I'm not worried about that yet. Script. Objects left. Objects. Make sure I got the name right. Objects, okay. Script. Okay, so that's happening when I'm doing the mouse over. Let's debug. Or mouse within, not over. You know, for the time, the variable watcher was pretty good. It is 0. Put the fields into the field list. Field list is empty. So why am I not getting anything in the fields list? Can you see the message box works while debugging? Okay. Yes. Yeah, I started this code with just using fields, and then ran into the problem of having more than 30,000 characters. And then I thought about breaking up the game into using multiple fields, and then I started using global variables because of that. But I needed a way to save the game and use it for the editor and everything, so that's why I'm using a file for the database. It loads the database into a global variable. Okay, so what's going on here? If I hover over, okay, I've got in the mouse within a single step. Fieldless is not returning anything. That's interesting. Let's set a breakpoint there. We'll abort. We'll go back here. Fire the event again. Single step. Of course, it's a single return statement, so there's not much you can do with it. But it's returning nothing in field list. Alright, so let's abort. Let's change the code. No, you can't type. We're going to create a variable return value so we can see what's in it, and then we're going to return that. And we're going to set a breakpoint. And we're going to save the script. And we're going to have it fire the event again. And there's nothing in the return value. That looks nothing like bread. I am coding bread. So this is interesting. I wonder if things have gotten flaky. Why is there nothing in the return value? Yeah. Is there bread in the art bits? I wonder if there's a loaf of bread in there. Okay, so we're going to do something here. We're going to say close everything. We're going to quit HyperCard. And then we're going to open this back up. And guess what? The problem looks like it's gone away. Codes? Oh, there we go. So it turned off the note. So get rid of the strength potion. You don't have that there. You know, this is a pretty tight field. It's also off. You notice how the scrolling is off? It's because we don't have blanks for everything. So we're going to turn everything on. And we got too many here. Wow, that's weird. Okay, I've got some problems with the code, obviously, but So that's the problem. This should be, there's already things in the list. I have to do some initialization code that would assume that the quantities are 1 and clean that up. So how's our bread doing? It looks like we have a couple of lumps. It hasn't really risen much. You know, because I'm kind of using the camera angle here as a gauge. If I were to go up there and poke at it, it would probably spring back most of the way. But let's see where our timer is at. Well, it's been about almost 25 minutes. Yeah, it's going to take longer. It's also not as warm there as it was when it was in the oven. The reason I didn't put it in the oven is that I was going to have to pull it out anyway because I have to preheat the oven. So yeah, it could. I've had problems like this before where just closing everything down and opening it back up takes care of it, so I'm not surprised. Okay. Well, other than a little bit of management code, I think the user interface is going to work. I just got to clean that up. So let me turn off the things that shouldn't be there. Lamp and sword, grenade. You don't want the one, magic fork. None of this stuff is supposed to be there. The lambus is supposed to be there. So what I really need to do is clean up this code so that it lines up the... okay, we don't need to go up yet. I'm going to start the timer back over. Okay. So that these quantities line up. Yeah. You know, HyperCart, it's amazing it works as well as it does. Honestly. Considering the architecture that it's working on, where there's no memory protection, you can stomp over the OS if you go off in the weeds. It's amazing any Macintosh OS program actually functions. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's going to work. I guess I need to clean up that code because it should be setting quantities of 1 and blank for anything when it loads. So let's do that as some temporary code. Okay, so let's open up our tools here. Now, the script for this thing is all over the place. I kept bumping into the 30,000 character limit for scripts. So I've got like 5 different cards that all have scripts in them. And then you have to refer to them remotely. And there's duplication because of some of this because it just kind of evolved that way. This needs a refactoring like you wouldn't believe. But that'll be for version next. So we need to find where I'm loading the data into that control. So it's a card field objects. Add the selected objects. So repeat with x equals 1 to the number of lines in card field objects. Set cursor to busy. Put line x of card field objects into the object name. If the text style of line X of objects is bold, then put, okay, this is reading from the, to write the record. So we don't want that one yet. This is where it's loading it. So this is taking the record and putting it on the form. So it's the initial load before there's selected values, which means that I need to put blank, put and return after card field objects, not list, objects left. I think I'm probably going to change that name to objects quantity or something like that. Put empty into card field objects left. At least in the later PPC days of 8.5 and 8.6, we had newer kernel iterations. So we got to quit and restart our Mac after some apps screwed things up. Yeah, that's true. This is running on 8.6, by the way. Because trying to do this kind of coding on a earlier environment would have been painful. I don't have a working SE30. I will soon, and I actually do like programming on the original equipment, although I will admit I like having all the screen size here, and on a classic Mac you don't have that big a screen. So okay, so we got objects left. So that should line up the objects. So oops. I also need to select line 0. I'm not sure if that's going to fire the cursor event to line up. So we might need to do a to-do here. Do we need to set line 0 for objects left? So we'll put that there in case we need it. And then here is where I'm parsing the record to indicate and filling in, selecting which objects are included. So it's setting the text value to bold, set the put 1 into line Y of card field objects left. Okay. Well, we'll have to do a to-do here and replace that with the quantity. Replace 1 with actual quantity. Okay. So that should show a 1. Okay, you can see in this picture that, oh, I'm not even showing you the code anymore. Sorry, I switched cameras. But you can see that it is starting to rise. Okay, let's see what happens with the editor on this. So we'll save it. We're going to reload this. So I'm going to switch to the player record and come back to locations. Actually, I'm going to have to reload. So and I'm not changing. Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, I thought I had code in here to flip back between the menus. Apparently I don't. Well, there's another way I can do this. Column. Is it set up menus? Send, not call. There we go. Open. Open. Go to locations. Ah, well, there isn't anything for gold though. No, this isn't lining up. Do I have the wrong font sizes? That's probably it. Okay, this is Geneva 10. Wonder if I should do fixed line height. Well, that could explain it. That's better. So I got one next to lamp, one sword, one grenade, one lembas, one flower, one flask, one gold. Alright, so that took care of that. Yeah, sorry about the hills of bread. Okay. So let's take a look at the bread, see where it's at. Yeah, if you look, it's that first loaf is reaching the bottom of the oven from that perspective, of the range thing. Transition back. Okay, fun fact, if you click under the bottom line of an editable text field, the HyperCard will helpfully add new lines, only for fields taller than the text though. Yeah, it's really weird. If you click somewhere in the field and there isn't text there, it'll actually add blank lines to get you to that point. So, yeah, they did kind of think of everything. Well, most everything. Okay, so this scrolls. And it looks okay. Let's see what happens if I add a strength potion. Oops. Oh yeah, if I do... Sorry. If I do this, it's going to say, oh, it needs to be a numeric value. And then goes back to 1. And you click it, turns it off. If there's 11 strength potions, you got that. If you click here, I can change this quantity to 1 or whatever. So that's working. If I click turn it off. So all that code seems to work okay. Alright. So now I just need to deal with saving it to the file and reading it from the file to handle quantities. But first, let's go take a look at the bread and see how it's coming along. So I am going to protect my stack. No, not protect. Silly. I'm going to compact the stack because I want to make sure it's actually completely saved. I'm going to quit HyperCard because I'm at a nice save point. I'm saving everything. Yes, I'll get around to it. Not yet. So I've got my new archive. So this is adventure 2023.02 dot, sorry, 12.02 B. And I want to save it on my NAS just to make sure I don't toast myself. Under projects, it's got to wake up the NAS connection. It should play Jeopardy music at this point. Time remaining. There it goes. Alright. Okay, so we got it backed up and everything. That way if I screw it up, I got a save point. You know, what's his name? JCS. Now I'm going to have to look up his name because I can't remember what it is. JCS.org. Joshua Stein has been doing a lot of C programming in Classic Macs, doing it in the Plus, that kind of a thing. Has a great website. If you go to jcs.org, he's got a lot of information up there. He's got some tools that he's written. One of the things he's been contributing to the Blue SCSI project, so the Wi-Fi desk accessory, so that you can pick a different Wi-Fi to connect to on your Pico W based Blue SCSI version 2. It's awesome. So you can go into a coffee shop and connect to their Wi-Fi. Things like that. He also has some tools for development. One of them is what do you call it? I don't use it because it's file based, but it is a like a version of Git for saving your source code, and you can actually put it online. Amend. Okay, Amend is a project that he has that creates source code repository for ThinkC projects. It's awesome. I wish I could do the same thing for HyperCard, but obviously, you know, I'd have to convert the HyperCard stack into a script to be able to version it that way, and there's not much point. So I do the old school. Sorry, I got to grab the wrong mouse. So I'm doing, you know, like I showed before, the very old school, just do a copy of the code and dump it into a folder. But, you know, it works. But it would be great if there was built-in versioning and stuff like that for stacks. so that you could do that. But anyway, there you are. So check his site out. There's a lot of cool stuff there. So you wrote a hypercard stack for what? Just hand the hypercard stacks to stuff at the... Yeah, so, you know, like a power tool so that you could use it to hand off and automate it. I could do a script or something. I could even do, you know, Apple scripting to also do some file management for that kind of thing. But I'm a plumber with leaky pipes. I haven't done a lot of that. So, okay. So we're going to go up and check out the bread because I want to see where it's at. Oh. Pardon for the old man noises. Hey, this is the first time I've baked bread other than rolls in this oven, and it can actually go up to 550 degrees. When you preheat a Dutch oven to bake in, you want to get it as hot as you can. The problem is that I haven't baked at that high of an oven temperature. I've been limited to under 500 degrees, you know, like 450, 475. So I'm going to preheat at 500. If you're making pizzas and you've got a pizza stone, and that's what I use when I make pizza in the oven, you want to get it as hot as you possibly can. And then, you know, if you could do 900 degrees with a wood-fired brick oven, yeah, more power to you. I wish I could build a brick oven out in back, but, you know, I'm renting, so I can't do that. Anyway, yeah, 550 degrees Fahrenheit. So you get it up there and you let it get preheat for half an hour and get it as hot as you possibly can. You want to cook that pizza when you throw it on the pizza stone in like 3 to 5 minutes. You don't want to do it any longer than that. That's how you get that really nice singed bottom layer. And then you don't want to overload the toppings because if you put too many toppings on a pizza, too much sauce and everything, it won't bake on top. What they do in a clay-lined oven, brick oven, is lift the pizza on the peel up towards the top of the oven so that the reflective refractory layer of the oven bakes the top of that pizza. So there's ways to manipulate it to do that. But if you can get at least get the oven hot enough so you can get that Dutch oven for a loaf of bread very hot, it doesn't cool down as much when you toss that cold bread in there, or dough in there for the oven. because you want to shock it with a very moist environment. And when we get to putting it in the oven, I'll show you what I do. But I don't have steam jets in a commercial oven to be able to do it the right way. But you can introduce water into that environment so that it won't lock the loaf into the size that it is. It'll still allow it to rise and expand. Anyway, long story short, I'll show you guys how to do it, but I'm going to be able to experiment now with a 550 degree preheat, and I'll have to see how my bread holds up to that. You know, maybe this oven also gets hotter faster than the last oven I had, so it may not require half an hour of a preheat. I'm still going to go that long. Anyway, so back to the code. I'm going to set a timer again because I don't want to forget. Okay. So back into the editor. So we're going to open our game, go to the locations tab. Now we have quantities. We need to change the file format to be able to handle quantities. And there's going to be a lot of code that has to change for this. It's not very clean. So first thing we're going to do is search for where I've got the code for that. So we need to get out of the editor here. Go to the stack info. Well, no, let's start at the card level. Card info. I don't have any of this code documented either, so it's kind of a mess. Okay, so we got the edit. So you can see here I've got it hard-coded where it's looking for that tag for the object. This is when it's writing it. And then just the object name. So what we really need to do is have this be a subrecord. It's not just the name, it's the name and the quantity. So where are we getting the object name from? Oh, that's right here. So we're going to put line X of card field objects left into the object quantity. Okay. And then we're going to do going to put the object name in. And the object quantity. So we're going to do a comma separated subrecord that's got object with a name and object name pairing, and then a quantity and the quantity. Now, a little defensive coding here. What if the object quantity is blank or it's non-numeric, just in case? If object quantity is empty or object quantity, well, let's do that, is empty, then put 1 into object quantity. If the object quantity is not a number, then put 1 into the object quantity. Okay, so that's a little bit of defensive coding. We're just going to make sure that there is a value that's a number and we don't get corrupted. Okay. Shouldn't happen, but you know how that goes. Let's see. Okay, so now we're writing a quantity or a subrecord. And I just heard the bell, the beeper on the oven. It's up to temp already. So that's pretty good. We're gonna let the Dutch oven get hot though. So we're still gonna give it another 20 minutes. And if you look, the bread's still rising, so it hasn't finished rising yet. So we're good. Timing's everything when it comes to baking. Measuring by by weight and timing. It's all about that. You do a bread recipe by measuring by weight and control the temperature and everything and follow a script, and you can just continue to improve your bread. Okay, so this is where get the object name and add it to the list unselected. So we are grabbing just the list of objects. We don't have quantities. That's part of the record. So we're good there. Oh yeah, it's our to do. Okay, so here the key is object, and the value put line Y into the object name. That is not going to work anymore because that's a subrecord. So we're going to call this the object record. Oh, no, that's not, sorry. That's where we're searching through the object list to find it. We're comparing it against the value. The value is already there. Unfortunately, the value needs to be changed. So we need to parse that. So the value is our object record. So we need to parse it. Now it's comma separated, so there's two ways I could do it. The entire program is using pipe as the delimiter here, and instead of having to flip between a comma and a pipe and everything, this is what I do. So I replace all the commas with pipes. Yeah, you can see where NPCs are already written this way. So instead of testing to see if the object name is equal to the value, so we got that. I should be doing the same kind of code that I'm doing for NPCs. Okay, so we have to do that, and then we got to get the name. Okay. Now I do have functions that handle doing this, but a lot of the code never got refactored. So we're looking for the name from the value. We're getting rid of the quantity here, we're just getting the name. So that's not going to work. So that's going to be our object name. Then we have to look for if item y of the value equals quantity, then put item y plus 1 of the value into the object quantity, exit repeat. No, we don't want to exit repeat. Then we'd only catch one of them. So unfortunately, it's going to be less efficient. And if. So we're looking for two values. We want the name and the quantity. So this is done. We've got the name and the quantity. Object name, object quantity. So now we're going through the number of lines in card field objects. And this is, well, we don't want to use that value, so let's just use the name and the quantity. And the quantity. So we're searching, we get the object name equals the name. We're going to set the text style, so that works. And then we're going to put the quantity in there. The quantity into y of objects left. And repeat. Okay. Okay, so the key and the value is the record. So we replace the comma with a vertical pipe in the value and put it back in. Then we repeat with y equals 1 to the number of items in the value. So we're going to search. We're going to see if it's the name. Then that means y plus 1 is the name. If it's the quantity, then y plus 1 is the quantity. We're going to end up, we could test to see if we've got both values and then end the repeat, but it's easier just to let it run. Repeat. Then we repeat with y equal 1 to the number of lines in card field objects. And we're checking to see, we get the object name. Then we see if the object name is equal to the name. If it is, we know we got the right one. So we set it to bold, and then we put the quantity in there, so the to-do is no longer needed. Alright, that should work for that. Well, let's test it out. Make sure I don't save a record because I don't have the code for that. So we are going to I don't have setting the menu back again. We've got about 7 minutes before I gotta go up there and deal with the bread. And it looks like it's stopped rising. So if we look, not a lot of change there, so it's probably close to the limit on rising. So shouldn't go any longer than 7 more minutes. Let's see. If you let it rise too far, it's going to start deflating. You don't want that to happen. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, message. Send setup menus. Okay. File, open. Grab a file. Go to the locations. And there's absolutely nothing selected for this location, which means that something's wrong with the code. Oh, there's nothing wrong with the code. There's no quantities in the file. Duh. Okay. So we need to edit this file, and we're going to look for a location. The Forest Glade is a good one because that's our first location. And here's the objects for that location. There's a lamp. So we need name, comma, lamp, comma, quantity, comma, 1. Object sword, so we need name, comma, sword, and we're going to say there's 1. Object grenade, so name, comma, grenade. Let's do 2 grenades just for grins. Object lembas, name, comma, lembas. Quantity 2. Object flower. So we need name, comma, flower. Just 1 flower. Object flask. Name. Just 1 flask. Object gold. Name, comma, gold, comma, and we're going to have 10 gold. All right, so we got to save this. Save. And reload our game. Open. And we go to the locations, first location, and it's still not right. Alright. So what's going on here? Let's see what we have in the value. Open locations, do value. So what's in this value? Bring up our variables. This is our location data. Our object data, NPC data, those are globals, object line, where's the value? The value just says lamp. Oh, is this just my generic list of objects? This code may be incorrect. Record on form. So no, this is where you're doing a record on the form. Got the location record. So where's the record? Oh, this still doesn't. Did I not save it? Sure looks like it. Well, we really need to go check on the oven. So I'm going to transition back to that. And since this is more involved, I'm going to change mics so that you can hear me up there. Okay, hopefully you guys can hear me. Hey, so let me know if you can't hear me. Of course, I just said that, so how's that going to work out, right? Let me listen to the line here. Okay. All right, so you guys can hear me. So the next thing we have to do here, move some stuff out of the way so I can, hey, a bag of coffee ought to hold my phone up, right? Not quite. There. Oh, come on, Eric. Good enough. All right. So if you press on these, it should punch down and it wouldn't come back up. So I don't want to do that because I want it to look nice. So we've got flour on the top of this. And I don't really want that much flour, so I'm going to brush it off a little bit. There's going to be a little bit of flour around the bottom on it, if that's okay. But I don't like having too much flour up here. So, there we go. Get out my knife. Now you can get a lame to slice the loaf. I don't have one. I use this nice serrated knife. So let's see. Before I forget, you need something to spritz it with water. So I've got just a water bottle with just water in it. Got another one that's got just water in it. Not sure why we got two here. I think one of them was for spraying plants or something. We can hear you, but we refuse to answer. Okay, point taken. All right, so I'm going to move one of these out of the way. You can only bake one of them at a time. And here's where you're dealing with really hot stuff. Okay, I need to change my temperature down to 425. So we're gonna Turn bake off. Turn on. Did I say 475 or 425? 425. Sorry. 425. All right. Oh, a very hot Dutch oven. And open that sucker up a little bit. And just spritz the hell out of it with water. It's very wet now. I need another piece of parchment paper because if you don't have a couple of layers in here, it can burn the bottom of the bread. So take the lid off very carefully without burning yourself. Actually, I'm just going to set that on top. And we just set it inside like that. It's a little crowded. Let's see if I can tilt this up so you can see it. It's a little bit crowded. This is going to be a big loaf of bread. Get the lid on there and get it back into our very hot oven. Okay, need to set a timer. How long do I want to do this for? 25 to 30 minutes. So let's set a timer. Now the challenge here is that the other loaf is already risen, so it might overrise. Hopefully not. So we're going to do 25 minutes. And I have not eaten since breakfast today, so I need to get something to eat. You know that the front of the oven's not all that hot. I think I can stick the phone on there. So we're going to do that. We're going to put the camera. Well, you can't really see anything. We'll do it later. Because partway through the baking, you take the top off of the Dutch oven. And then put the other one in the Dutch oven. Well, you can take, there's a couple of things you can do. If you're doing a whole bunch of bread, you can take the loaf, you can leave the loaf in the Dutch oven for half of the time. Take it out, set it on the rack, put the next loaf in, and kind of rotate them around. I think you get a better crust if you can leave it in the Dutch oven and then just take the lid off and leave it there. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go for broke. Instead of, I've done like a dozen loaves in one batch before because I was selling loaves at work. But that's a lot of bread. I don't really feel like spending all day baking. So, all right. I'm going to grab something to eat and then we'll continue. So you get to listen to me try to find something to eat. I wish I had some bread. Not sure what I'm gonna have. What do we got? I got leftover pizza from yesterday. I'm gonna have pizza. Do I want cold pizza? Not sure. Kind of like cold pizza, actually. And it's quick and easy to do. I could use the air fryer to heat it back up. Actually, maybe I'll do that this time. So we're going to use the air fryer. Okay, air fryer's gone. Let's go back down to the code. Okay, should be able to hear me now. Transitioning back. Yeah, and I can, from here, I can see when the air fryer's done too. Nice. No, I don't want it to get too cold. I mean, I could. I mean, one way of doing this would be to proof them in the refrigerator, and they would be that temperature anyway. I think it's safe enough. It's cool enough in that kitchen where I set the loaf over that I don't think it's going to overproof. So, I mean, if it is, it'll just be a crappier loaf of bread. I'd still eat it. But this is probably the largest loaf I've tried to do, or in that Dutch oven. So, I hope it doesn't push the lid off. It won't, of course, but it's going to be pretty big. I almost divided it into thirds and did that, but I really don't want to sit and bake that long today. So we'll see. You know, Bill Goats, you do a lot of baking this way too, if I remember right. I've seen some pictures. You've got some pretty decent loaves that I've seen you produce. So you definitely know what you're doing. I used to bake bread a lot more before COVID, and then I had a spurt of it during COVID, and we were freezing loaves. But the freezer was, it got pretty big, or it took up a lot of space. Yeah, that's true. There's techniques. Everybody's different. I've screwed up more loaves of bread than I've had great ones. So, but it's really nice when you pull a loaf out and you set it on the counter to cool, and you can hear it crackle because that skin's starting to contract a little bit and crack. God, I know that's a good loaf when you have that kind of a sound. But anyway, so let's see if I can figure this out before the air fryer is done. I probably only have about 2 minutes. So what's going on here? Replace the tags. So I should be picking up the value and the quantity, but I'm not, because why? I sure am picking up the right record. Oh, that's good. That, you've got, it works with the tin foil. It's really mostly, I think, just to hold in the moisture while it's baking, so the tin foil should work just fine. Okay, my air fryer's done. I guess I'm not going to get this code fixed yet. I'm going to go eat that pizza. I'll be back.
Ring, 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 banana phone. Ring, 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 banana phone. I've got this feeling so appealing for us to get together and sing, sing.
Whoops.
Ring, 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 banana phone.
Sorry about that. Excuse me. So everybody knows my ringtone now. And I left my phone upstairs. Damn it. Okay, so I couldn't show it because of the camera, but I took the lid off of the Dutch oven, and I've just left it in the Dutch oven, in the oven with the lid off and the lid sitting next to it. And I don't recall exactly when, if it was like halfway through I would do that, or if it was, you know, 2/3 of the way through, but I just went ahead and did it. We'll see what happens. So it's been so long since I've baked any loaves inside a Dutch oven that I've forgotten, and I didn't refer to my notes. So there you go. Yeah, I like that song on my phone. My wife would occasionally get annoyed if I didn't pick up and answer the phone, or didn't notice that it had gone off. And that's something I can hear no matter what, as long as the volume is set to something, I can hear it. It's great for meetings at work, right? Nobody else is using that ringtone in my world. Okay. So I was pretty sure that I had changed this and saved it. Yeah. Object name, lamp, quantity, 1. Okay. And we're talking about the Forest Glade location, so that should be fine. So I'm going to quit that and open it back up. File open. Locations. Retrieve data. Put record on form. So this is weird. This is the section I edited in the original source file, but it's not. It's showing the unedited version. So what am I doing? That doesn't make sense. I really should move that camera so I can see what's happening inside the oven. Well, I've got it pointed a little too high, but you can see it's starting to brown. So maybe another 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, so this doesn't look like it's loading the file that I changed. Let me check something. Okay, there's only the one record, so. Well, let's go to the code that loads this. Oh. Hush you. Oh, I see the problem. I need the other stack. Sorry, there's code that helps me toggle the game menu, and on the editor it only allows me to go away from the game menu, not back to it. So I'm looking for the script that does that. And I did it in the game, but I didn't do it in the editor. So because it's rather convenient. I didn't mean to close the stack script because I wanted to look at how it's opening the file. Okay. So file open. Open. Okay, that should have location data in it. Yeah, and it does. Huh? Am I opening? Maybe I'm not editing the file I think I am. That's interesting. That sure looks like the right thing. So where in this editor do I tell it not to wrap the text? So soft wrap text doesn't wrap? That sounds counterintuitive. Because what I'm asking for is for it to just display it and force me to scroll. Yeah. Well, see, I don't want it to be wrapped at all, window width or otherwise. I want to have to scroll to the end. So if I change it to window width, well, is there a reveal codes? Ah, there you go. It is on that menu bar. So what I'm doing is making sure that my record is actually right. Okay. Oh, that would make sense. That it would default to the whatever the file settings are for that. Okay. So how is this not picking up? In reading the file. This is what I'm confused about. Well, I need to go check on the loaf. This is the problem with baking at the same time you're coding. I'm going to switch the camera and audio here so you can see it a little better. Because I could hear crackling when I pulled it out here. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear it on the camera phone. Yeah, it looks soft, but it's not. So it's done. You can tell from the drumming noise, but it's got a very tight crust. And if you listen carefully, you can hear it crack. It's already done most of its cracking, but did you hear that? It's doing that little snap crackle. Okay, so yeah, if you listen carefully, you could hear it crackling. The cheating part of this refers to the fact that I used yeast and sourdough starter. So if I did a true sourdough bread, it would take me almost 3 days to make the loaves because of the proofing process and everything for it. You can get not quite as tangy a sourdough bread by using sourdough starter and a little bit of yeast, and it doesn't proof as long, but you'll get bread sooner. so that was the cheating. Yep, that's where the quick rise came from. So it's not as good as a true sourdough that you let develop that nice tangy flavor from, but it's good enough. You know, it's still not a commercial loaf, to put it that way. So it's my cheater loaf recipe. The real hard thing now is not to cut into it, because if I do, you're going to release a lot of moisture, and you get gummy bread that way. It still tastes pretty good though. So we're going to let it sit. I'll cut into it when I pull the other loaf out. So that'll give it about 20 minutes or half an hour. Okay, so back to this. It's really weird. It acts like it's not pulling the file. It's like pulling an old version of the file. Oh, I gotta set my timer. Okay. So that is really odd. I'm gonna shut everything down again. I might reboot the computer at this point. So we're gonna quit. And we're gonna restart. Yeah, I also have aside from cooking in a Dutch oven, I also have it's a German clay pot. I don't forget what the name is, starts with an R. But it's this kind of long casserole-shaped dish that's got a clay bottom and a clay top to it. And that's another way that you can bake bread and make it be more like you would get out of a true bread oven, clay-lined oven. So those are nice. It's not as big as the Dutch oven. Yes, a Romer Toff or whatever it is. Yeah, that's how, appending to a global, it clears it and then reads it in. And the weird thing is that the value for that row from the line from the file doesn't have the right stuff in it. So, oh, Roman pot. Okay. So it was really weird. I'm just thinking, let's kind of clear the slate to make sure I don't have something funky going on. So we'll start back up the editor. And go for broke and just open the file. So we're on the development. It's the right file. Open. Locations. Yeah, for bread making it works pretty well. I think the French have clay pots that you can use for baguettes too, so that if you're doing it in an oven instead of a real steam jet baking oven, you can cheat. It should be well, it's not loading ones because it's not getting values. Which ones do I have? I'm not using any in the editor. I did download them. I haven't tried to use them. The external commands or functions that I am using are for sound management. I went to University of Michigan's FTP site where there's a copy of a lot of the, the HyperCard stuff. And I have downloaded them, but I haven't even looked at them yet. So we're going to go back into here. And I'm going to go to that load function, the open file, and so you select the file you're going to edit. And then I set the globals I'm using to empty. It's either a copy of the UMISH FTP or it's the actual FTP. Let me see if I can find it. I should have a link somewhere. Yeah, it's websites.umish.edu. So here, let me give you I'll put the link in the chat. If you look and search, there's some others too. I don't recall off the top of my head. Okay, so I'm going to run this again. Okay, here I'm getting the location data. Here's the location record. And see, it just says object lamp, object sword, object. It does. I'm so confused. Oh, I know exactly what's wrong. At least I'm pretty sure I know what's wrong. Remember when I said that I moved the stack to user, then development? That path had the Mac HD, then development, then adventure folder, then this file. I'm working out of, or should be working out of user development. Or I'm not. Okay, December 2nd, 5/13 was when it was modified. I did not change the code. Okay, this is what's wrong. In the game. Yeah, I'm editing the new file, but the game is not, or the editor is not pointing to the new file. It's pointing to the old file because I'm an idiot. So, file open. I'm under Mac HD. I should go to desktop, go to user, go to development, adventure folder, more. I'm opening the old one but editing the new one. So now if I look at this, God, jeez, I am an idiot. That's what I get for moving. If I look at the record now, it's got the values like, wow. Well, that explains a lot. It only took, well, I kept getting interrupted by bread. So the moral of the story is that you should not be baking bread and trying to edit code and live stream at the same time. And if you decide to change and move your development environment to another volume, get rid of the old one. Oh, jeez. So, let's try it again. Open. I'm under user. Okay. Open. Locations. Guess what? It works. Ah. It does kind of look like a cat or a brain. It's out of focus, kind of. So, or it's a Martian's brain from their the jar helmet thing. What is that? Mars Attacks. Yeah, bread's gonna bread, brain's gonna brain. So. Yeah, can't be entertained. How stupid can Eric get? Oh, jeez. Hey, at least I figured it out, right? It really had me stumped. I'm like, oh my God, is there like a versioning fork that I didn't know of? Or something weird like that? All right, so it looks like we got it to do the quantities. 10 gold. All right, so it's parsing it right. Now I've got the entire rest of the game, or in the game itself, I got to deal with it. Yeah, this is really kind of a background stream, and I appreciate everybody that's just got it running in the background and checks on it occasionally to see, oh look, bread, and hear me grumble about programming. So I appreciate everybody that's been on here. I didn't really. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, so that's kind of how this day has gone. But yeah, I'll stream until the bread's done. How about that? We'll just keep going until the bread is done. So that's good for another at least about a half an hour, I think. And then I wonder if anybody else is streaming tonight. I have no idea. The only reason why I streamed is because Trina wasn't feeling up to streaming, and Big Bad Biologist didn't stream. But it gives you an idea of what my day's like. I think my eldest daughter actually came back from whatever she was doing. Her and her friends got together and did something. So, that's kind of something I want to do too. Not hang out with her friends. I mean, her friends are great and all that, but they don't want an old guy like me hanging out with them. But one of the things that they do is there's an arcade in Auburn Hills, which is about an hour and a half from here, that I guess is really cool. It's one of those where I think you pay a price to go in, and then as long as you stay, you don't have to pay to play the games. So and they have, classics for her would be Dance Dance Revolution. She was a dancer. She did tap, ballet, and jazz, and karate. So you want to consider sparring dancing. So she really likes that game, and you don't find it anywhere anymore, usually. And then, my games would be Space Invaders, Galaga, pinball machines, that kind of thing. I was never very good at video games, but I enjoy, messing around and playing them. And I haven't been to an arcade in like forever. So, it would be fun to go to one of those places and like spend 5 hours doing nothing but playing every game you can. So I think it's like $20 or something like that. Arcades weren't a thing in Germany. Considered gambling. Oh. The first arcade game that I played, besides a pinball machine, was Space Invaders. The small town that I grew up in had a pool hall. Bunch of grumpy old men, smelled like tobacco. There were spittoons on the floor, and a few pool tables, and it was a smoke shop too. So mostly it was retired guys that were in there, just smoking stogies and that kind of thing. Well, the owner of that place got Space Invaders when it came out. This would have been in the, 76, 77, maybe 77. And it was only, I think it was 25 cents a play then. And we used to cut school and go there in the middle of the day. And the owner didn't care because we were spending money, right? And you'd hear the old guys grumble a little bit about kids being around. But I was 77. I was in ninth grade, I think, by then. And yeah, maybe it was 76. Yeah, anyway, it doesn't matter. So me and a few of my friends would cut class and go do that. And so that was a lot of fun. Yeah, they just didn't have access to computers when I was that young. They just didn't have them. I mean, you had time-sharing systems and stuff, but Michigan wasn't part of that network. When I was a senior in high school, the guidance office, which was, someplace you had guidance counselors and stuff like that. They got a trash 80, and we could sign up to spend half an hour on it at a time. It wasn't all that popular. I think a lot of people didn't know about it. I just happened to walk into the guidance office for some reason and went, hey, there's a computer here. And they said, yeah, you can sign up to use it. And I'm like, okay. Didn't know a thing about them. And I took a Scientific American article that had a star field simulation. It was like the, point in the center and the stars would come out around you, kind of a thing, like going to warp. And typed that in, and that's when I found out that a semicolon's not the same as a comma. Stuff like that. Had no idea what I was doing, but I got it to work. I think I spent an hour typing it in and everything. And then couldn't save it because, they had cassette tapes, and I didn't have a cassette tape. So had to wipe it out. Went back, I think, a second time, typed it in, and saved it to a cassette tape. And then I graduated from high school. So I was done. But banned smoking in restaurants where I lived in the early 90s, yeah. But it wasn't until I was in college a decade later that they banned smoking in bars. Yeah, smoking in bars got banned in the, late 90s? Yeah, a comma is more of a semicolon. Semicolon, yeah. Anyway, but the computer didn't think so. So that was interesting. That was the last time I touched a computer until a couple of years later. A friend of mine, he was a single kid, and his parents had money. They both worked. He got a TI 99.4A for Christmas. Had zero interest in it. Didn't buy any games or anything for it. And then it quit working. Because he used it a couple of times. It quit working. And he was going to throw it away. And I talked him into letting me have it. And his parents were cool with it because they were going to buy him a new computer anyway. So I got it and got lucky, figured out it was the video cable was bad. So I rebuilt the cable, and that was my first computer. I couldn't afford anything growing up. I think when Popular Electronics came out with the issue that described the Altair, it was on the cover of it, and that was in the mid-'70s. I calculated I'd have to save up 2 years of allowance to be able to buy it. So that wasn't going to happen. But I taught myself BASIC on that TI. And fiddled around with things like, doing some charting with graphs and stuff like that. Tried to build a better graphing engine by using sprites as a higher resolution form of creating a graph, but of course you couldn't use the whole screen to do that, and then gave up on it. And then when I got to college, it wasn't until the second year I was in college where I started taking programming courses. So that was a PDP 7 system that I learned more about BASIC on. And then, I transferred from the community college to Michigan State University. And the next programming course I had used Xenix. Didn't touch PCs. And when I transferred from Michigan State University to Northern Michigan University, I changed schools 3 times. they had a lab that had Macintosh Pluses in it. So I started using Macs. Was still working in Unix and stuff like that. They had a VAX at Northern. Learn how to build, write my own language in C and compiler and stuff, things like that. And then when I got out of college and got my first job, I still couldn't afford to buy a computer. I still had the TI. I didn't really do anything with it. It was my second year working out of college when I finally was able to scrape together enough to buy an old 8088. I think 286 computers were new. Never could afford a Mac. That was just unobtainium for me. And then I didn't get my first Macintosh computer until 15 years ago, probably. I was helping somebody from church set up their printer because they didn't know how to do it, and she had been divorced, and her husband's computer that she got in the divorce settlement was sitting in the corner, and she said, "Do you want that?" It was a Macintosh Plus. And I'm like, "Yes." So that sat around not doing anything. I think I tried it out. He had some floppies with it, so I played around with some of the floppies and stuff, but I didn't have HyperCard or anything. I didn't have any idea how to get it. I guess it was more like 20 years ago. Yeah, almost 25 years ago. So I would have gotten that around 2000. You couldn't get anything for them online, at least not that where I knew of. And so it sat around. I still have that Plus. It still works. I had to reflow the analog board on it, but other than that, it's in really good shape. So, really just recently got back into HyperCard. So, I really geeked out about it in college because I spent all my time in the labs. I worked for the department that handled all the microcomputers and stuff, so I did a lot of repair work and things like that. But anyway, that was it. So, we only have a few minutes left before I got to go up and take the lid off of the second loaf. So I'm going to go do that. I'll be back. So it's lighter colored than it looks looking through the oven window there, but it's coming along. Okay, well, I've got that much of this working, so now let's see. I can change the quantity. Okay, 3 grenades. When you went to a computer store, you were always trying to fix the computers other people had sabotaged. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to give that about 12 minutes, and then we'll check, see how it's doing. No, pluses generally don't need to be recapped, from what I understand, like SEs. Um, so I haven't had to do it. Yeah, I should be checking it occasionally. I do pull it out and power it up to make sure it's still working. Um, I mean, it's sitting right here next to me. Um, it needs to be retro brighted. I've considered doing that because it is getting pretty yellow. Um, I'll probably hang on to that one forever. What I do plan on doing is each year when I go to VCF Midwest, um, if I'm going to do a hypercurd panel or something like that, and I will be again this year if I can make it, um, I'm going to give away an SE. I gave one away last year and made it part of the panel that I did where I raffled it off. And the guy that got it seemed genuinely happy to receive it. So, but it was a plain Jane SE, had 4 meg in it, with a blue SCSI. So, you didn't have to worry about that. So I'm probably going to, well, I will do that again. I've already picked up an SE. It needs some work. It needs to be cleaned up, that kind of thing. So I'll do that every year. Yeah, an SE is a good, stable, decent computer. It's not fiddly like an SE30. It's not like a classic where it's garbage. Um, and it's not bad. You can run HyperCard on it. You can't do a ton of stuff with it. I mean, I use G3s to do my development and later versions of the OS, but it's still, it's a fun little computer. Wouldn't happen to be coming to Europe anytime soon. No, it's highly unlikely that'll ever happen. Um, I've never been to Europe. I'd love to. I'd also love to go to Scotland. I've got some Scottish heritage. I also am German, Dutch, uh, Irish, English, a tiny bit of Mediterranean, apparently, from um, the genetic research that I've done. But so I'm a mongrel, kind of a thing. My father's side of the family, I can trace back to, and this is ancient for the U.S. It's not for anywhere else in the world, but I can trace my family back to um, Schenectady, New York. There was a massacre there in the 1600s, and one of my ancestors survived that. He was an indentured servant, so that was in the 1600s. My father's side of the family, I can only trace back to about 1800, I think 1775. I'd have to go out east to research more to find things like from tax records and that kind of thing. So this is just census data basically that I'm using. For my mother's side, I can find ancestors that were in the Carolinas before 1776. So they probably emigrated, were probably forced here. They were Scottish. They were forced here from, probably after the Scottish attempted revolution that failed, 1745. There was a lot of Scots that ended up in the colonies, including Australia. So, but I haven't been able to, other than some inferences based on names, I'm not sure exactly where that Scottish heritage is. I'm pretty sure it's a sept of Donald, and it was MacDonald of Slate, which is the southern part of Isle of Skye region. But that's really based on very loose information. The spelling of the last name, which is an anglicized version of the Scottish name, happens to fit that region. And I found one reference in a book that describes it. So it's very, very tenuous. Anyway, good enough for me to wear the kilt, but that's about it. Schenectady? Yeah, I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing it right because, I'm not from New York. I'm from Michigan, and even though Michigan, a lot of the Michigan accent is actually derived from New York and that region because there was a large migration of northeastern people from New York, etc., along the Erie Canal into the Ohio Valley in the 1830s, and then up into Michigan from there in the same period. My family came to Michigan in about 1850. They weren't initial settlers. Michigan actually became a state in 1836, I think. But they were, the second wave that bought the property after people had cleared it. So there is a definite Michigan accent, and if someone from New York were to come out and start talking to us, we'd tell them to slow down. They talk too fast. It could be yeah, it's Schenectady as far as I know, the SK kind of a thing, not Shay Nectuddy, but I'm not sure about the emphasis on the syllables either. But that's how I've heard it said. There's, Oh, okay. Well, thanks for the confirmation, Jack. It's not something that trips off of the tongue easily, I can tell you that. Um, I've found that as I get older, I'm having uh, a little bit more difficulty with pronouncing things correctly. Not that I pronounced things correctly before, but yeah, there was an office meeting I was in once when I was very young, and I said paradigm instead of paradigm because I had never heard the word said. I'd only read it. So everybody stopped in their tracks and looked at me, and I said, "That's not said that way, is it?" Or something like that. I was in my 20s. Anyway, so I can laugh about it. I don't care. Everybody's wrong. Um, I'm not a big fan of Douglas Adams anymore for obvious reasons, but one of the things he said was that everybody is an idiot about something, because you can't be intelligent about everything. No English native speakers, it's tough to figure out how the F I'm supposed to pronounce your words. You know what? As an American trying to speak a foreign language called English, I don't think the English from the UK think that we're native English speakers. So I speak a variety of American English, and I slur a lot of it at the same time. You know, I'm subject of a 70s Midwestern American education. That tells you all you need to know about me. Yes, I went to college and everything, but I've tried to learn foreign languages, and that gene must have been ripped out of me a long time ago, because I am terrible. I can't memorize things for the vocabulary. And I even tried Esperanto, which only has 14 rules of grammar to it, but it's a more of a Latin influenced language, Romance influenced language, and the vocabulary just escapes me. So I gave up a long time ago on that. Right. Yeah, good point. If you're mispronouncing a word, it's because you learned it from a book. That means you read. And, I work in state government. And I will tell you that a lot of people, not state government employees, but there are a lot of people that throw shade at somebody who comes from another culture in another place, and they're living in the U.S. and their English is, rough, right? And what I point out to them is like, look, they know 2 languages at least, and a lot of the people I work with are from India, and they know 2, 3, 4 languages, because they might know Hindi, but they also know, the other ones. And I'm like, don't be giving them a hard time for having trouble with English. They're doing much better than you are, because most of the people that I know don't know a foreign language at all. So, anyway. So, it's time to go back and check the bread. I'm going to switch the audio so that if it comes out crackling, you guys can listen. So let's transition and let's switch the audio. Yeah, it smells great in here. I wish we had smell-o-vision. If you had taste-o-vision, I'd give you a slice. Okay, I'm gonna pull the pan out. This looks done. Let's get the camera up here. Okay. So I'll give you a peek at what it looks like with the in the pan. So this is what it looks like in the pan. Sorry about that. So this is 2 uses of this bottom paper, and it starts to get pretty brittle. Okay. And of course it sticks to the parchment paper. but you can hear it crackling. It's done. God, I love that sound. So I'm gonna have to work on getting the rest of the paper off. I'll probably be easier to do that once it cools. Nobody wants to eat that paper. All right, so we're just gonna set that aside. Do not pick up the pot with your bare hands here. Set that aside. Put this over here. Let's slice up a piece. Well, I can use the same knife that I used before. So this is softened a little bit. It's not quite as hard as it was. You know, it's a fairly even crumb. You guys can see that well. You know, it's not really spacious or anything, but it's not bad. Like I said, it's a cheater loaf, so it's not going to be. It's a little denser than it would be if it were properly done sourdough. Oh, forget it. I'm just going to eat that slice. Cut it a little close. I don't know if I can slice this. Yeah, I can. I'll do it without cutting my hand open. But it tears really nice. Still a little moist. Get some butter. Okay, so that's your buttered slice. You tear it off. So the crust is still a little bit crispy, but it has softened up some. It probably could have gone a little longer in the oven, but it's not bad. It's got a little bit of a tang to it, but not much. Anyway, I wish you guys could have a slice. Okay. Yeah, let me see if I can get to the other camera here. All right, so here's all that's left of that slice. Like I said, the crust is still chewy, but it's not break your teeth hard like some are. My wife doesn't like it when it's really, really hard. If you made toast from this, it'd be very, very crunchy though. So. Yeah, I'm very careful about how I cut with that knife. I use it to do bagels, and yes, I hold the bagel in my palm and slice from the top and then rotate as I do it. So, um, I'm sorry if if anybody was cringing because of that. But it's been a long time since I cut my hand, so we're good. Actually, the last time I cut myself, I was using an X-Acto knife to do some cleanup on a something that was casted, and I ended up slicing my middle finger on my left hand, and went to the hospital. And the doctor that looked at it said, "Oh, you're really good. You missed this ligament by 2 millimeters and this tendon by 2 millimeters. So if you're going to cut your finger along the length of it, you did it the right way." And I'm like, "Great, thank you." So, yeah, socialized health insurance. Yeah, so if you had an emergency situation, they would take care of it, but it might be a wait of 4 or 5 hours before they'd be able to do anything. So, yeah, it smells great, and it has that nice crackling noise. It's going to work out well for my wife. She's coming back probably end of day tomorrow from her week-long visit with her friend. She had a friend who had foot surgery, so she couldn't get around very well. Um, but it did expand a little bit, but not a huge amount. So I caught it before the second loaf before it was overproofed. So that's good. Yeah, Michigan's in the Eastern time zone. 425 was what the temperature setting was on the stove. So that's why you saw that. Yeah, the paper adds fiber. So it'll be easy to get off once it cools. So I think I'm going to end the stream here. And I'll work some more now that I got past the idiot problem. Excuse me, on the file that I was editing. I'm on the path to getting this working for that multiple select or multiple column scrolling region. Thank you so much for pointing out to me the obvious solution that was in the HyperCard for that, because I was barking up a more complex tree, and I appreciate somebody recognizing that. And that was Uli Witness, right? Uli Witness? Uli? I don't know how to pronounce that. Sorry if I'm grinding my verbal gears on that. I apologize. But I guess that's going to be about it for today's stream. Hey, if you, now I'll do the pitch. If you guys enjoy this and whatever, please hit the like button. If you don't like it and you're here watching it anyway, hit the like button. It helps. Thanks for all the talk in the chat, and I had fun streaming. I usually don't stream this long for stuff, but it was fun to do. So I'm glad we could do it. Yeah, any save you lie is fine. So the other thing too is I do have a Patreon, but there's no expectation for anybody to contribute to that. I also have a coffee. So if you go to Eric's Edge in search, you'll find it. I've got I am doing a little bit of blogging. So if you look at the information on the about for YouTube, there'll be a link to it. I have a website. I'm writing a blog the old school way, where I'm actually doing raw HTML pages and making sure that it actually renders properly in IE 4.5 on the Macintosh. So I just had to pick something to validate it. It's got very little CSS in it. It's heavy on the HTML. And yes, I use tables to format, because that's what we did back in the day. And I'm moving my pragmatic pizza blog, which you'll see if you go look. It's got recipes in it, including pizza that you make while camping, and also other IT stuff. But I'm going to start moving everything into the old school website kind of blogging. I think people should do that. They should if they have the will and the way, bring back those old websites we used to toss together, and people would go to your website to read about stuff. Social media is great, and I think it's done a lot for us for communication and stuff. It's also, it's a double-edged sword. So I like doing lots of things. I do blogging. I do the YouTube stuff. Anyway, so Marcintosh is coming up here soon. It's a short 5 months away. So if you haven't heard of Marcintosh, it's the month of March. We do all things Macintosh during Marcintosh. And then I think April is now the Apple II April kind of a thing. So if you're thinking about participating in Marcintosh, and it could be as simple as just, doing what you're doing now, which is watching a stream or something. But if you wanted to fiddle around with HyperCard and do stuff like that and post it, and you don't have to YouTube. If you're not into doing YouTube, you could do a blog post, or you could even just throw it up there on social media and say, hey, I did this. Please consider participating in that. I'm at about 370 odd subscribers, and I'll probably do another giveaway here when I hit 400, or maybe I'll wait till 500. I don't know. Let's see, what did I gave away a Mac SE before. Before that, I helped contribute to another SE that was given away. I've given away a not a Blue Scuzzy, Raspberry Pi Zero before, and back when they were hard to get. I had some extras, so I got rid of them. Stuff like that. I'll probably, I might have another SE that I could put together, and maybe I'll give that away when I hit 500 subscribers. And if you're in the U.S., I'll pay for shipping, but if you're overseas, we'll have to work something out. But I want to include anybody and everybody. So if I can get USPS to send it there, and we can work out a reasonable compromise on the shipping cost and stuff, so it's not like $500 to ship it or something, then I'll do that. I'll include people in Canada and South America and Europe and wherever. Oh, I gave away a t-shirt once too, and I think a gentleman from the UK won it last year or so. Anyway, enough about that. Have a great rest of your weekend. Be safe. Don't cut with knives like I do. Do you do streams where you teach restoring Macs? I don't do as much of that because I'm mostly learning right now. I do a few streams, but it's mostly with other people where I join their stream, like Dave from Dave's Vintage Max. I forget what the whole thing is. Anyway, he's got a Sunday stream. He always does a long stream, so I'll do that. Really, for the last 6 months, I've mostly focused on programming because that's really what I do. But I do have some machines that I work on occasionally. Yeah, Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. Thank you, Jack. Um, so I do a little bit of repair work. You might ask some of the other YouTubers, and they say, yeah, Eric tries to do some repair work. I've toasted some things. On one of Dave's live streams, I was discharging the tube on I think it was an SE, and I didn't realize I had it plugged in. And I'm like, wow, I got a really fat spark when I discharged that tube, and it was because it was charged in charging it. So, I've done stupid things. That's probably up there with cutting yourself with a knife. I necked the end off of a CRT once because I dropped the case when I was trying to put it on. Let's see. I've got the parts to a one of the lamp Macs. It's got the neck and the round base and stuff that I've destroyed the neck on because I don't have the right tools to open it up and get it back together. It's got that heavy spring in it. What else? I've been mostly successful when it comes to recapping. I've been lucky there. If you want to know more about recapping, you could watch any number of people. Bruce from Brankus Creations. He's in Australia. He does a lot of stuff where you can watch and learn how to recap. Mac84, Steve, his stream, he does a lot of recapping repairs. I've got a microscope now, thanks to patrons helping out with that, and I can use that microscope to try to fix boards. Yeah, if you're into restoring old Macs, those are the two channels you'll see a lot on. I did get a Mac SE, and I started looking into repairing that board. It hadn't been battery bombed, so that was good, but it did have... Somebody had tried to recap it twice, and there were some issues. So I got some help from everybody else on how to trace out the address lines to see if things were okay. There were so many problems. Broken leads, traces for those address lines. I think out of just the address lines, there were 16 problems. Some of it was shorted. And Will, KMac Vintage, another great stream if you want to watch how to repair stuff. He's gotten doing reloaded boards for SE30s down to like 4 hours. The guy can just crank them out. He offered to redo mine. So we had worked together with Ron from Ron's Computer Videos to put together an SE for a giveaway, and he graciously offered to just go ahead and take care of a reloaded board for me. So that'll be great, because it was definitely way above my skill level for trying to fix that. Yeah, those SE30 reloaded boards, eventually I'll get to that skill level, but I've learned a little bit of surface mounting skills with soldering. Like for the V1 Blue Scuzzies, you had to solder the SD card slot onto the surface mount and on the PCB board, and so I got better at doing that kind of in fact, you can get V1 Blue Scuzzy kits pretty cheaply from Joe's Computer Museum, jcm-1.com. If you want soldering skills and you're ready to tackle something like a V1 Blue Scuzzy, that's a great project for a classic Mac. if you don't have any soldering skills, you can practice decapping damaged boards that are beyond repair, or you can buy those little kits for soldering that are for learning how to solder. But yeah, SMD board soldering is something I'm starting to learn. I I mean, honestly, I've been lucky. Most of the Macs that I've picked up recently haven't needed a lot of work. I've rebuilt and cleaned up floppy disk drives. So Garth Beagle is really good at those. And he'll pick up stuff and clean it up. And he knows how to, manipulate those drives. So does Dave. So the soldering techniques, definitely Bruce. He'd be my first go-to for that. And he's got a long list of videos that you can go through. So there's a ton of people out there. One of the cool things you could do if you wanted to do a small, easy thing that only requires a few resistors and stuff, a Ethernet kit. Joe from Joe's Computer Museum redesigned that so that you can make PhoneNet or AppleTalk connectors that can go between two classic Macs, and then you can do an AppleTalk network over them. Those are really easy to put together, and it's kind of fun, and you get something useful at the end. But yeah, there's a lot of people in this community doing a lot of stuff. In Marcintosh, if you go look for the old ones, the last couple of years, there's tons of videos on there about people doing stuff. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm learning a lot. I mean, I was a programmer by trade. Now I'm in management. So half of what I know is either obsolete or gone as far as programming goes. But I don't touch the modern stuff anymore. I don't really want to, And I'm fortunate I've got a position where I don't have to. I tell lots of old war stories for people about working 60, 80-hour weeks, doing death march projects, and now I work at a place that's 40 hours a week, and I love it. So, yes, Bill Goetz has some live, laugh, local talk stuff that he's done. And it goes beyond just classic Mac repairing and programming and stuff. Bill Goetz does his own, spins his own yarn and takes that yarn and builds great little things like, hang on a second. I still haven't put up my clipboard or board with all the swag that I picked up, but so this is something that he knitted from wool that's from the sheep that inhabit his island home. So this is really cool. So there's lots of things you can do. I actually knit as well, but not as much anymore because arthritis. Anyway, oh yeah, another person that's great to watch for like the history of Apple and Macintosh would be Kate, the Macintosh librarian. And who doesn't love Mackie? Come on, Mackie is great. I just love this community. It's very accepting. Some communities gate watch a lot, and you don't really get that here. At least I haven't experienced it. So, anyway, yeah, Kate has great production skills when it comes to putting videos together too, and I wish I was at that level of quality, but I'm not. Yeah, so if you're not following these people, please do. Like and subscribe, as they say. So, all right, enough about all this stuff. And I didn't realize I was on the other screen, so so be safe, have fun. play around with HyperCard, do fun things, be awesome to each other. I will see you guys later. I'm going to find my outro and play it because I always forget where I put it, and I try to put it so that it's easy for me to get. There's the intro video. Where is the outro? And why does this thing always scroll down so that you can't see? There it is. All right. Bye, everybody.